Messi me buy the city for now for Senate creation no the asset how much na ashana or ni have to speak am say or receive treatment oh baby nti set us woni ho nti asset be no me man na say or say the do maba e take over but obana na kai say o corruption oni set us CI then after o kwa no o ba na me for inside o ba for inside no ye shele hu mo so mo amoti ha na ma mi nte e fika na fa ina mo ta say mo ye collision no up to now no mo ta simple on boy ya fa na bibi aba na o ma jai on bibi aba na ma jai na ni ba tinu e ma e fika na fa ina no o ma ti manye collision no eti enam so no ma elekwem ene ni nkofo no e katai ama machefo na nanka mo ha na say ene tefo na mo ha no obi ati ate ma obi ati fom koy ina ahaye free eti no nanka se ka sisi ano ka neka tai ka bibi akoso but sisi anso no ene before so no o so ni ho nti ama ejuma ko ese say ya ka say baba so say emba so enti no but information na minya ni say isi fo no say enya mba so dia enka omo pepe say yes sa ballot box ni bibia na fa ko police effort nanka hono mne ko ya police no ho anati bia ne fa ko isi fo officer no ko ye bale ko so say de bi o se bibia ko so ha no so why ready a what ho ya me ka say ene ko ko ba isi fo no so asemu ye omo
okay so Osman
yeah
me ba jo mesamba onche bi me enko electoral commission headquarters na yem pick feed e ba sia
general public as to when to expect the results. I'm happy to announce that the results have come in from the Ahafo region, and we are expecting that from here on we'll start seeing the results coming in. We thought that it's important to update our citizenry on the process for the collation of results as it pertains to our CI 127. Because the questions that we have received from the citizens is that, oh, the political parties have results and they have the pink sheets from, the polling stations. And indeed, it is true that all the political parties are giving copies of the results at the polling station level. I think this heightens the level of transparency. But under the CI 127, we also have a process for the collation of the results, and it does not stop at the polling station. It does not stop at the receipt of pink sheets from the polling stations. Ours is quite an elaborate process that involves the political party agents at every step of the way. Additionally, it involves the observers, the media, and citizens as well. And the process emanates from the pink sheets, and it's important to note that the pink sheets form the basis of the results that are announced, whether it is at the constituency level for parliamentary candidates or whether it is at the national level for presidential candidates. But it starts and emanates from the pink sheets at the polling station. Once the results are counted at the polling station and parties are satisfied with the count of the ballot papers, they then go on to fill out the pink sheets, after which party agents sign on to these pink sheets and are provided with copies. As you may be aware, a copy of those pink sheets are posted at every polling station across the country. From there, the pink sheets are sent to the Constituency Collation Center, where you have the agents of the parties as well. And right at the collation center, no counting is done. What is done is simply to collate the results from the pink sheets, and this is done at the Constituency Collation Center. It is done in the presence of the agents of the parties and observers and media partners, and once parties are satisfied, they go on to sign the collation forms provided at the Constituency Collation Center. They are also giving copies of these. And a copy is also pasted at the Constituency Collation Center. From the Constituency Collation Center, the results travel to the region, where party agents are also present. Again, this is not a counting process. As I mentioned, the pink sheets form the basis of the results that are announced and the results that are collated. but the results from the constituency are also collated at the regional level. Once parties are satisfied, the regional results collation forms and the summary forms are filled, and the parties sign on to these, and they are given copies of these forms. It is at this level that the results are then faxed to the head office, that is at the National Collation Center. Again, the results come through fax, and it is done in the full glare of the party agents who receive the fax, and they review it against what they may have received from their respective parties. If they are happy and it conforms to what they have received, they then endorse it. After endorsement, the results are projected and as provisional results. Those provisional results are brought to the commission, and we scrutinize it. And as the returning officer for the presidential, I go on to sign this. I'd like to ask that citizens exercise patience. It's just been 23 hours since the close of polls. The process is elaborate, it is inclusive, it involves the political parties and observers at every step, and the whole idea is to ensure that what comes up at the end of the day has involved, it's a bottom-up approach that has involved all the agents at all levels. And at the end of the day, what comes up is acceptable by all the candidates and their supporters and the citizens as well. So this is the elaborate process we have. And we thought that this afternoon, it was important to allay the fears and the anxieties of citizens. The commission is going to intends and will uphold the will of the people as expressed at the.
It should be the head and not the tail.
Okay, you shall go back to Electoral Commission head office.
In producing the results at the national level. As we speak, we have had results coming from AHAFO, and we are expecting more results coming in the next few hours. We believe that within 72 hours, and this has been the norm, we should be able to declare the results of the presidential election. As I indicated, we broke that record in 2020 and declared it in 48 hours, but we do have 72 hours within which to declare the presidential results. Of course, if all the results come in the next hour and we review them, we would not wait until 72 hours or 48 hours before we do so. It's important to mention also that the delays in some of the collation centers has resulted from the besieging of our centers by supporters of the parties. In the anxiety and in the excitement, some supporters of political parties have besieged our collation offices, making it difficult in some cases for our officers to carry out their functions. We have spoken directly with the leadership of the political parties, and we've asked them to recall their supporters. We believe that this should be done, and our supporters, our staff should have an unhindered access and the free space to collate the results. So as I mentioned, we are looking forward to seeing the results. Of course, in cases where it's impossible to collate results for a particular constituency, where it would not affect the outcome, and where the winner would still emerge winner with at least 50% plus one, the decision has been taken by the commission to proceed with those results, even if we don't have certain constituencies as part of the final results. Once we come up with the final results, we would look at that and include it. But in order not to waste time where there's some difficulty to collate constituency results, we will proceed to collate the presidential results without it, and so long as it does not affect the outcome of the final result. So we'd like to thank you very much for your attention, and we believe that in the next few hours we should be receiving some of the results. As I indicated, we have received the results from the AHAFO region, and we believe that the others would be coming soon. Before I end, I'd like to assure you, I think the Commission has walked the walk of transparency. We have walked the walk of accountability. We have walked the walk of responsiveness. And we have walked the walk of inclusiveness. And this has been evident from the very start of our electoral calendar, that is in the preparation of the voters' register to date. I think that the evidence is clear. The matter speaks for itself, as my colleagues in law would state. And the transparent manner in which we have conducted ourselves has ensured that this election has been full, it has been credible, it has been fair, and it has been acceptable by all stakeholders. So we'd like to assure you and assure all the people of Ghana that it is the will of the people as expressed in the polls that has been reflected on the pink sheets.
Okay, Mebacho Mami Jedmesa, or share Kwaya or Fast Walk Kikan and Seminar team say she's not happy, but Sane Befan, the 30 or Kenyan say now you get 16 regions across board. I have a pen number 15 ra. Post Eclusia at 5 p.m. Or say I have a pet at Nisaka. It's a train. 15 regions, no. Now, 15 regions, no. Nisaka, not just Obama, I'm for Swati. So we are dealing with 16 regions. So 16 minus 1, no, Ebeka 15. What you say? Now, or Kase coalition, it be idea because of say political parties, maybe support the Sakugu Coalition Center. I don't know, say, Obijina so not 2 + 2 to me come my also of free war. As I what to me idea, me to mention it. My man is 7 in the broad 4 Kenyan and say, within that stipulated time, 72 hours, no, you share him say within that time, you know, presidential results. Now, Kobampo say constituency be any year. The record a year, Obibinya, now Obidi as 50% +1. Into a share say a back na a drew normal quality near Crania, they will declare a year winner. No, but already there, Ghana full unanimous winner. No, one of the contenders, Dr. Alhaji Mamadou Bawumia, Wafred John Mahama, say Akwapano kwa 4 pair, your coalition, only what Dinkunim. It is here no electoral commission and a year train or it's near Tierno. Could you boa, our Hanum, Samson Charles McCarthy, our eti mame enchia menuanum panifo na afinso observation kakra proud to election no abato no nsunsuanso na ya to win ni sisi ni nyina no san na omo so ehuni mafa kojo ma
you so watching
you share for the first time e consider them
yeah
say consider the majuma
and them consider majuma nwanwa baby so onim the abanti be me abajuma consider yeah because they are prison about 12-16 years ago.
Prison
any academy independent what I say.
I see.
And they consider they say to me but at least at for say at least abajuma. Yeah the Ghana fire they can Saturday ni kabia na de mo bia. But chani je wo. Ani je wo. Ni anese ni pabre. Hwenra enra satama ye bom ba bi sa me so me tia woman ma betie mo so mo bom mo na dwene sa satana akwa ketwe e friends mo ni paketwe ndc ni small boy. I
Peter.
No Peter no one. Yeah. Justice Yeboah. Yes.
Justice one yana mutie.
Na mitie. Yes, the one yana mitie na what you say. Mo so be bre enyina ya bre. Mo ya. Oh, na so ni be kuma tewe nipa. E na on tan adwuma sama de nka de o ye security officer. Mo kro mo da. Enti bo achi ye de na de. E na kwasiara de. Ba ni gentie number bia. E na sedan ye de magana fo nyina se. Obi abo na de ne ko wi. Na ni bia de yanze ba bi se do me ko benya. Nipa na woni ne kwa akono wono kura etu akana mo woda baby na woni kwa ugian we dey ya we akwa makokwe won sa hagi na wodo me ko omo man na say easy officers no omo ni pink sheet so omo
pink sheet
mo return once ni nyina mo kan nyina mo no mo ni ta mo ko baby I will try no
do me ko benya de
woni mi si akwa ya adwuma ya emre na so ye nya so obi agina ni obi a ehu ni ani clear mo ti mo ma mo kwa anade na prevent am say on be free ayi national officers na mobia. It will delay for what?
Because Nipano one year, Sinko Beba.
what you own you, what my casa money and quay befaso, near quay, what I say, and I'm some chess, Ellie Cream Crawford, one brain on qua, no my baby cake, or my bibiana. Mamma Munko, send ye. Was it 72 hours? As I never bring person more police station. As I make because more Camudia more winning. Be better than come to watch then easy officers. What was a bit more argument by easy officers? No. Or more young people for serious on no more argument. No more argument. And will be on my dictator con baby cry. And fun humble. Namiam will be a soldier for no. Wouldn't say that we are metabo soldier for you. And for so be I had any almost organ how.
Woman boy home I could.
Yea, now the midnight soldier need
that be woman external forces.
Which the ben on by.
Woman say your border.
Because Switzerland near the country papa is Kenya woman is soldier, woman she, one will be a mamma home to groom. And Crawford will go a Gianni no more dear near Triomuka, and for so be any almost so. Muka Muyamuso, ya quack or patantoqua, yes, young Kunto Quanibi. As some see a crow, Munas and no Martin Moshaswa, Mokan would inquire. Wouldn't say about to a to inquire some years ago for Nady.
Ebino, you
I don't go building Quasasem. Watch it, I did more. Watch it,
a tree cassa. I did back
to be done.
I have 4 miensa a pura, and then I was
so you for me, no bossy is to what you for me, but some no mood in there.
It is so for me, you know, I could come back. Oh, so
Omo ko dama ngoni ade ade omo yi. Ibo mo say budi apoye dino. Na mo di tu awura da mo ko hadwe ko fa ne ma begum. So ja mesin fa so bia ni mo so. Institution wo Ghana fa so ni mo so. So ja for and fire service.
And dey me ntum. And ko do na wo adwen.
Media no mesin fa so ni mo so. Na me na ka binya one day cross the president I'll clear these people off.
Obegu soja.
Meguru
na fire service.
Meguru mienu.
Now dan hia ho bedum.
Na fire service bia dum gada da bia hia no mo ba ho. Da bia hia no mo ba ho. En fa so be na mo say busime so mo gipe. Wo kashe police enya krobe ko gan traffic light mu. Direct traffic. What you say? So ja for apart from say o mo ko akon. E dey be pa na mo ye eboy Ghana. Ke BBC anka mo ko amode asumdwe ba no. Wo mo ko anoma ko gina one side. No mo di nyamra asem sa no mo ba fie. 1 2 no ne wo page tuo. 1 2 wo ko ba bia den ya de. Wa chimi ni mo ye djuma radio go do awai. Ade na asem senior ko ba bia na wa shemas. So ja nia onum so ye Ghana ni. Ghana fo ne ya de okọ hono ma. Wo di asumdwe ne ko. Ade na wakata wani mu nyina. Modin samfo sa ni na ka na de we achese. At the end of the day omu mwaye bibia mu. Omu nya hwema Ghana fo hu say at least military say na mo ye. Edru election so a ni asese mokogu baabi samon force na mo nye niam ma obi sa na previous one mo ye soldier for ye ya na dodo na akoko di NPP me say if there's election but it's election because originally you to ye ni am okro no a it be a very difficult among people so be win election
o samum
region dodo say dey be win ese jomba ma be sham sa region na ba ko pe o me dey win 15-14 no ese twam wa benya dodo no wa wini
wa benya region dodo
no wa wini
una
say president who think of region mienu some dey something is thing na chese sebia mse bia ne kwase afọ omo ato abafunu no omo aka ni nyina na nkrofo ya ka mo no eso wa benya more region una say oye what man say and ye pisi omo so beto abona beto ni ye Ghana beto atoto ni niam me catch you say NPP election win be dey papa we share this results the previous election in one better winia near ballot papers. What are media no? Near 500,000 by you.
500,000.
Sanusi the Gumo baby and Kade Ubawumia drew.
Yeah.
Omia two places the 1 million Gumo can no push no. I'm an economy. There be a Santa Regisano here. And maybe a chance and a voter Regina Gay. Get to know, get to Satan Bapenagana to
voter registers no baby.
Get to know the Gay.
That's a confirm. Get to know for the any
President Enya confirm you know more pa Gege ni Akufo-Addo. The most corrupt and criminal tank of him you know. I confirm you know tank of him. When once one gets a higher in fear, what book no ngine ho.
One cry junior say.
I don't know him say. Akrono sa get to Gege NPP for check chire ho Africa to South nipa nimbiem. And no as a NPP for there we the Jomama winning the next election something we no vote. Ebeba form kra bibi animal to anto krono kwa na yeba na di win election akronfoli desna na go tinanu ebe to ababo so bi akọ obi atwa bi akosi ni dem ekwa ba ne be hwie aguma na atu
yes last 4 years almost started sa jumadi no
yeah
na one year Kwame Tanko bi no ye juma Angela fe
o you na fu kese no
yes and o ka say 47 year constituency chairman no mo Ashanti no ya brom ballot papers ni bi at night before a year December 7 last 4 years and echo to abano. So be a DNA fakakra kugum near can fan county. I shan't region idea on tire pa.
1 year me say 50 doses. Me ame ko 4 time no. Ma ba ko me money di boy medical doctor. Say one no lead that team no.
I don't know them money.
O there be on bench. When you selection. When you selection what man say? Me money di. One no lead team no. One will lead this animal sa. It be since they say your mama be president. We do win the next election. And this for the money tour. See a election, but make sure so be and you be a you better turn paper watch it. NPP team we need election everything. Because any base be a who cause out Nancy with her Western region. Yes. You told him to. And this is for the
account city too.
I got to create him. What am I say? NPP nipa bia oba bia e krono nko an the win election. And they send this for 2020 and this for you almost a krono ni esi anu akufa nko ofie de kwade o wu dada. And mo tuma tran
2020 no me said omo ye
media. And this for mo wan him. Enko mo giye. Sandis for gina hot omo ye can so simple kakufa do lose here and omo gya ya na kwa di fam no de ko ye. And neba o mia do mo yiro mo mia no Ghana for na make say this election is not for game nkofo. A Ghana for because of Shabba be a run who went to by Bonian Disney, but the agro baby, whatever for fro, or bagging gum 1 month says, Neniabre, and on my Yamanako say. Now you are so all gone, and your collection so simple. Or pray anyway, but operation for Nimudia. Baby, I'm crying now who done this for it will be difficult with my operation. I know, cry. We are in ye, baby, ye. The Mekabina operation to be by Beat because of 30 something thousand, you're short anybody in you. And I'm one mamma too. One crank 15 beba. Yeah. And Alec my crank or don't gab no close. Nanny Pabia said then he was and there's a woman on the ashe. Say I just for sorry for Nameto. Now sorry for no me say. I'm sorry there's he. I woke a cast answer when say Unaka. Christmas for 30,000. One call sorry Dabim.
You put 30,000.
I even on call. 30 something thousand would dear lose no sorry. But Ghana for nice I say because Christmas for me can't answer what is a chrono fuel near a collection prepare the and this been winning all the election. By am there, but you baby. You can come from near Command Pine. The man no banana and so mobile. Win him. And this is for when now our courses are manning your model. So almost been to be into Omo. I ham time any chrono no buo any abusiam young chamfa. And a dear do say, I have done the number 1. NPP boys, so many scanning anybody for no be a muade. What can be obedient from a Kufuado to Mirakabaji? Or be a muade. Oh, some who to no one out to the forever. A Kufuado was his campaign, the who cast much of his campaign, 20 years Mauka, Shamirakabaji, or be a one loose or Becassa, Kafanza Guachi, or Saturninza. What I say? O Mushi, Tomo loose, once or more year no more than Samuel Kumu. How call? Me no kasa the lotteries we twa lotto next Sunday the best be na winning bonus ezo twa na ne woto no
is aka 1 month
1 month by yeah Jim Kofobia Jim fi before the 1 month
oh samum
na boache who's a transition
but some emramu ne there oh next year on the sitting no or the BB up on the
ayi Chief Justice kwa ye ba be dina some commercial court na wo be ka de ye ne fio be dina some form ye
for the Chief Justice ba commercial
court abedina officer be dina some Supreme Court ni niema ye de those ye down no ye commercial court form eno betu di asem ni eso me katasu mumu aso eno no say the way we are they started before month be catch us say emra ben na ejuma wo trama joma amaba eno catch us say ni ma toilet won timonye ene ye say mo ge ni ma toilet organ na nyina say mo timeje transition last week says ni 1 week esa o ge ne 1 week says so timeje na mo dey start business am so makọ eni man kitinkiti bi o anye joma ama na beba community na mo adwuma NDC 4 boys mo adwuma what man say we NPP ni na wo ba ye ba pe no asọ na do nse guachi no hand keys na ekọ anim ti sa ne ma wo nya de betima tell say boachi e town mama next month on the 7th January yes when inansa wo be ba no mko let your mama say panic chow me so ka say me nyantie ni we there we make sure say what the pilot better to all the borders nim we make omo to mu there but nkofo de to mu nya papa omo make sure some betu mu ye ama obi aka no ma ye nyina atem ya toto ne ma ye bo cha ni giaba o na NDC fo fan to mu timite de to nkofo we no e betu ato mu pepepe mu ba be di ade no mu be di ade no nipa 6 point something na omo de ba no mu so di awie no we mu so 6 point something no mu so aba no mu mo mu ni di hwe sabi ga no fit atotom ɛsi efi ekrama bi ɔwɔ yɛ wɔnyɛ aduane ani
ne
fia to tom wotia sɛ mo aba wɔ produce saa more than 20 years mo mani didi mo mani ni di bi mo ma obiara ni di
sɛ hɔ ne yɛnuru hɔ sisi ano yɛnhwɛ na officially electoral commission declare results no na yɛhu seat ne wie a sɛ aban no mu deɛ the next government no deɛ fotuo no bɛba sisi adeɛ ɛyɛ ntam dodo
wodi agorɔ a woduru abɛlɛ mpɛsɛ ya cars aban cars bi egu hɔ nom no egu hɔ bebree wɔn twekɔ yin
sisi ayi no
wɔn sisa so ma abɛlɛ gbela traffic light wɔ no ya baabi a embassy for from say Canada embassy wɔn gye wei no
aban cars gu hɔ
oh wɔn sisa kɔ ɛna wokɔ baabi te sɛ ayi maame a ɔno aberewa yi a wɔkɔ election the constituency deɛ ɔtwem dendenden akua free constituency
okay
then sɛ ayi bi hɔnom wɔn de cars brand new cars ne kɔ hɔnom a na wɔn akɔto engine afiri mu na wɔn de old engine ahyɛ mu na wɔn atɔn ama wɔn ho wɔn start bɛyɛ sɛ 1 month ni na wɔn yɛ
nti wɔbɛka kyerɛ sɛ engine nyɛ
o ka engine nyɛ car ne nyɛ to yɛ tɔn ma ketewa bi a ayi fita mu na wɔkɔ kɔmpɛ area mu hɔ na wɔ big way bi ne yɛ tɔn ama ketewa bi na wɔn start to old engine afiri mu na wɔde new one atum
ade a mo yɛ no
no akrɔmfo wo delay wɔ ho wɔn de bɛkɔ to make sure say implementation 10 no aka nkrom cars nyɛ sɛ obiara de cars kɔ gu hɔ 1 month aka obiara mfa fam kɔ adwuma obiara mfa fam kɔ no obiara mfa cars ne gu hɔ but kyerɛ sɛ nipa ne bre wo so a wonu sam si bi fie bɛn na car ne si akɔkɔ fa bɛsi fie radio gold sɛ wohwɛ no bi bɛn amkɔ fa megu yard mu sɛ de bɛyɛ nsa yi bi me ma fam MC ayɛ wa so wɔ MC no so mfa ne de ne mra me fie hɔ ɔmo ɛbɛ sɛ train wo use wɔn famra wotima nti ɔkyerɛ sɛ me expect those cars ɛwɔ yɛ
wɔkɔgye saa cars no mmienu
o kura 3 cars 4x4 2 ne saloon 1 yɛntumi ntɛn ɔmo amu nyusu nneɛma ne ma ne nkyɛ bɔkye nipa ni abere o nkurɔfoɔ na bɔkorɔ no akyɛ ɛna ɔmo di nsɛmfo akyɛ wei na ndc foɔ ba bɔkye meka kyerɛ wɔn ba no bɛyɛ nyamena nsɛm sɛ yɛyɛ nim bi yɛbɛsa abɔ ɔmo akyi ba mi nim sɛ ɔmo deɛ kasa ɔmo tie wɔn bɛ bɛtoto nneɛma yie ɔmo bɔ ɔmo obiara ni di ɔmo obiara ho ntɔ no wɔn ara deɛ bɛbu deɛ yɛ ne di wɔn biara ni di ho ne nkɔ anim kama ndc nkɔla abrɛ ghanafoɔ abrɛ ghanafoɔ akɔ ahohiahia mu wote asɛ obi gabra bɛdi adu nanu yɛkɔ otakɔ yi kyɛ takɔ yɛn ni ho sɔfɛ gold pa amrekudu ka ne kɛse ne wɔn afa kɔnɔ amrekudu ka bɔ takɔ paa nya de ketewa wo concession wɔn sɛ community mine wɔn yɛ no ɛne deɛ o ɛnyɛ community biara deɛ o wɔn no agye ɛna wafa nkurɔfoɔ no mu tu eti every week bi o sika wɔgye kyale gold no 1 kilo $84,000
gold 1 kilo no
$85,000 concession wɔgye bɛyɛ te sɛ 10 every week bi ya so 1 kilo mpo ɛna wɔgye mpo ɛsɛn ɛna wɔgye more than that ne nyinaa yɛ tu brɛ mmerekuduka wɔn ne kɛse no MC wɔte sɛ Kufuor pɛpɛ Kufuor ne n'abusuafo wɔn so ne kɛse to wɔn yɛ sɛ tɛm ne dɛm gold nkwa ne gu hɔ wo ba bɛtɛm na mmerekuduka gold agu ne dɛm ɛsɛ mo tumi kɔ sɛ sade ba municipal anaa ba bidwɔ mama office amu de abrɛ no sɛ de bɛ wɔn bɛhwɛ so ɛnkɔ yira
a gold ne ɔman gold
ɔman gold na gold obi dia obi ani gold wontumi ɛna ɔde ne TV ɛno na bɔ 8 o'clock na ɔde yi mmoa ɛna ɔtɔ aduro
ɛno anwuma 8 o'clock
8 was start to aduro yi mmoa saa ɔda so gusu yi sɛ wɔso wɔ gold saa gold ne Ghana for gold ɛsɛ make sure sɛ ɛbɛyɛ kɔgye saa gold no nyinaa de aba efie ne da abɛgo ne da toto ɔman no yɛntumi ma wontumi nkɔ saa gold no gold no ɔde bɛsi TV so no ɛsɛ busa no baabi ɛwɔ deɛ ɔne fie nyina bɔ akyɛ sɛ ɛtumi gyegye ɛsɛ NDC foɔ tumi gyegye nneɛma no nyinaa ɛmi yɛde kɔ obi ɔte fie sɛ ɔkɔdwa ɛbɔ de ɔpirikyi violence wɔnyɛ violence Ghana deɛ ne yɛsɛ kɔkɔ fabra ne fa bɛgu fie ne yɛ ho ntɔyɛ so simple adɛn na ha ho bwachi ita me kan say ndc for ye be ko gege diaba wo ba no anya oniem ya the same thing edu be fa so Ghana for nyimi bio e be ka corruption no aba na to abwachi independent candidate betwe di president amana yeye because of ya was ogon enu as a leader omu bia ni German na ba ko mabu
o sa
o wo ko fie na otoguso
setters in asa odi ye wo podium
onya sana se no nim se on do be win ba omi ampo do be lose anu lose na no omu bia ni ya was ogon since I'm to about 1996 campus obia no atimi about drone border
campus no
obia atimi win you last election John Dumelo win only 3 polling station 47 polling station we win 3 no no na difference we menu 5
47 police station no campus
and not John Dumelo ship 47 ni nyina
we win ni nyina
obi ti leaders of 120 130 150 enkokum leader o oboni kacho John Dumelo atimi be 10,000 plus wow I was leader last election be John Dumelo only 2,000
and what close gap na be 10,000
10,000 enti boachi enye easy we na chese Ghana for ni abrese eto aba na wo krofo bi o mu win election no mu deserve obi te say adenta enu from na boy no wachi nya ba bi gina nka wo MP o wo te tenya ba bi gina nka MP sabiga tiasa nkoko ni kromu a hima no
ya to obama no
enko MP
ofi apais
Ramadan campaign papa when we adenta eso di wo ko mi kromu bra have Kenya asia am candidate meet my catch ofi anu ko ayi kra
is your honorable to is your honorable
aseme na aka no ese bi tena chase
david na chase do ntime kire
abante na wona mo se asuma so nkoto ade mra na sika na ira
eno MP
me donya no be 16,000 I certificate of obia winning da NPP na win your baby jano ti no ade carry gbachi so nya ba bi koya ko MP and I'm from money if even this e bi bia this and you mistake that time ko pe ba bia nko what man say now they are not on pre ho hwe do obi akọ bi ni ja
uni aga bi akoye
one dey no aka say mistake what can say no be say na be ba nkoko bi ti boache the Americans and this in from away no memo from aboni we nkoko 2028
okay
abogensi we mo so omo me adwuma kama obi ani de but make sure me Ghana kona ni ni ho atoye enne akufado nipa boni ni ana wo di tim nipa boni ni wona mo nanti wo so checheche za kotepomponi watutu Ghana kwa so nyina abrekwa wonye wa wo de opra moto we ho wa head the magic scanner di no mo so the machine na moto no mpra wo sa na nse awokota krade we tokro bi o moto ato bo achi we tokro moto to mo prasa wo ko itakwa bo achi ni pa mo before pa bedru agran kwante o sahin no bo achi nipa wo yewu akufado che moto tu kwa ni nyina ka wo de jamane na wo bo nyina joma ma ba yesre no onya ntentem no ma Ghana fo nya ne so mfa so minim so mbeye ndis be ne se wo headquarters be ko wo hwe ni so ade no plan mo plan na bo achi ene ma be ko ye ti de make check telefone na so munya gidie wo party nim ba wo area bia ene ma kitenkiti wo area bia no munkokwa gine motimi dia yenkokwa no amuka no yenkokwa no so ye Christmas ni edi wo betima nyina mo nya bi de edi bronya ti bo achi meje mi nua nso akoso
okay kojo abo adamote ne kan Charles McCarthy the Hawk editor ana oti here sira mecho
wajibejo so
bibia boko de
ye weda nyankopon ase
yes
odi akosa di ama na asene mbra fi ha from security to producers to be as a anima effect be as as people are feeling relieved as a at this way so amount for no o ma so esi ho amom think say really good that T4 near have been loyal, have been good. NDC for Ghana for actually Akufo-Addo say omo ne di tumi ne share ne nsa na 2020 na omo fi say oye panyi onum kro no bo te se ne oka aye brebi twam no so onu wanyi na wo mbe wia Ghana sika pa Ghana for hu say ballot papers to cry wia in 2024 and omo ye omo adwen say wo abufu nti ye tu kra atu ase na wo ye bibia enye yi kwati Ghana for atwusu 24-hour economy over digitization and not digitalization.
Yeah.
Ghana for atwusu money yo over e-gate. Ghana for atwusu a further day no stress, no fee stress over a further day e-pay say day and yes.
It is possible.
And now Ghana for atwusu nkoko nkete over a further day. No, I don't know. I think it was resounding. Now, me would I knew you call Winnibano. But you run Winniba room, and I may catch it because you say election no call. You run Winniba, you call Winniba, and this year or my year drew Winniba. You run Winniba, come catch it because you say election no call. Or say a day, and I may say, oh, here there. She casa abaha. She NDC nkokura na yenti omonka omo ate ada na omu ya so ya ba omo bad boys ni nyina are back. It tells you say a man for assume omo lesson na hu say Akufo-Addo is bad enkoye. Truly from that time over say a campaign message na NDC ahead, manifesto NDC ahead, about program organization. See you organizing program, stage everything, sound quality be beer NDC is ahead. Wow, pursue be dinching you the young con nano here Thursday dia omo year no dwelling no. We year no University of Ghana, we year no Medina no. Check the sound quality. Akufo-Addo kasa ya be 15 minutes they check ama what the sound was bad. But that of the NDC, it means a party are no more organized, or more prepared. Say, or so mobility or minus so. What I say. So it was a decision between John Mahama Wabedi 4 years as president. What I say against Akufo-Addo was sharing Ghana for from 2008 to 2016. It was against the fact that Akufo-Addo captured Ghana for say yet to see council so comedy. It was against Akufo-Addo claim say Ghana nye hiamai. Akufo-Addo captured Ghana for say John Mahama ni na busia form person mo be jai amana konya because of the pecs. Is that no kan ye? Mo kan say mfefe ho say wa ho na e wa konya no ho no. Say what can we nyina na Akufo-Addo utwa ho be capture yen say omfa konya no mama hama no bi a wa biti ne de we den de tumi ne man back Ghana for ma wote ase say tumi ne nya wodia. It is not for you na Nado Dankwa Akufo-Addo William ese odi tumi be mama hama na tumi ne ye omo dia. So they voted with anger to tell Akufo-Addo say ye di tumi ne mama hama wuntumi nje. Na then sans a young person would do to be jinty. Ye twama ni boom. Sanya beya uyampa untime naneno. Into a anger. In 2016, we were told say MPP we need over 1 million votes.
Yeah, so 922.
Yes, it was close to 1 million votes. We hear mathematics in there. What? Over 1.6 million votes difference. A bin see that. We heard the fact say 276 constituencies. Now we be a trim 260, 160. It tells you say our commanding lead authority no overwhelming. Can afford your GDA Mama, when I know John Mahama will not disappoint Ghanaians. Meaning say one thing now, what you bet to me I come by to me and can say John Mahama ye obia or ye adena will come with ye on Tisa Akufo-Addo as who can impona me ye more no enunti obe shall see by January obe take over fully as president no. I expect to say by that time we'll take you over acha 1 week there. No way in the minute above the 60 ministers and no ya the fast track. You see, we are in a hurry not to come and steal. Mama should be in a hurry to implement ORA. ORA should be the first policy on the table.
Oh, someone.
Yes. ORA no there first, and no that it can start during the transitional period. Because
that transitional period in that time, power medios.
No. So that time you make appointment.
Okay.
You have caretaker people or more ministries or
now
almost handing over document or more explanation. Okay. And your more explaining now more what problems now no was small boys no ora for no munkoha mundi nechi. What I say not masha say sana say but ora not there if you wait 3 months into your administration, familiarity bebam. Familiarity bebam, so I say familiarity breed content. Yes, sounds so. Untimi nye jumano. What I say, the shall siena, and then the ma yemia oh mia that is the only way but Ghanaians will trust say John Dramani Mahama would do. So Mahama buy these 4 years so Mahama nyeshrimpo but na ultimate job buying sa sini na Ghana for will extend this NDC's mandate for additional 4 years.
Ultimate J buying sa
and confirm far across the country. So we call 37 DVLA for us we down kakraka we na udiama kwa brani na wakotwa ba sa amano no 50 million uko aigaek Ghana Atomic Energy or massa atomic
energy
one money yakotwa asase ama private developer so fancy a diamond police for and no ama buying 50 million
Ghana.
Yes, and I buying this assassin and what I hear funny airport I know 37 yeah amano
enti omo na matiano you relocate home yakho
ya relocate hwan enyo mu nyina pacho utuasika as one
atomic energy one of the project open me na meta for pa those days you come adina you go fa kwa benya e fa ho no me hu say first na assassin da hajantama no bi amfa ne sanka
what to chat to. They are selling the land. They are dissipating the land. And this, my sister, if Mama is able to take those land back, yeah, and then when I'm Labonia, a man for a building overnight, 24. They are raising buildings. Send your beya, Oba udani ye seri ye bubu. Akufa do fear anymore. Mama will tell so this hostel. Oh, anymore. I'm going to find anymore. I see a timid sea hostel. I know there are some required Nima. Some timid sea hostel, the Kaya Foko too. Do you get it? And you know what? Mammy way. Our born voice. Jane Adukwe Mensa. My verdict on this woman is clear. I have said about 5 years ago. So, Mammy way. Oh, Rebe for Nawushiana. Chenoko.
How?
Why we? One who wait for. You see, Mammy was Subai. Any Jezebel, the difference in him. When your man before. What?
They will say a man before.
72 hours now you can't. What has been the trajectory? Almost shall able resource no me.
Yes.
Yes. Now, the final sum total no declaration no is done in 72 hours. It has never been the case to say, Obet Nasi, Aka will search with them from 30 minutes, 3 hours, you have social media for. I repeat you over and over again. So, allow the Ghanaian people to praise you. Stop singing your own praises. And you and our bebo wabaso. Me who be that. But you have to mention or organize press conference 10 or bebo no wabaso 10. No. We are here, you don't know. It's a waste of the time of the media. A waste of my time, keke. One country.
No, yeah.
No, okay. It's an indictment on the commission.
So after 48 hours,
indictment. It is an indictment on the commission.
16 regions about
Sir, 16 regions who conduct the election in 16 regions with your own recruited pooling agent.
Yeah.
Any presiding officer, returning officers according to 76 constituencies. Not 24 hours on after election year 12 who catch Ghana for say you have only I have
how many constituencies?
I have is about 6.
Indeed.
You see, no what thing cry Accra now what now the greater Accra region you have not gotten results.
Yeah.
And you are not worried. And how What for the normal? Say within 72 hours, we want to know. So within you can do that collation. I'm sorry. Mami, we are proved beyond reasonable doubt, so you're incompetent.
Because by now,
on any team on my cross, so every red line says a year muddy. M block. This one, you baku. We fired them M block.
The constitution about Hobay.
Why buy?
I don't care, Mess.
Constitution buy.
Constitution.
The same constitution never bought Dumelevo Yao. Who buy? You the birth date, Now, electoral commission did results in Siabe Tuja. Miss Mamwe. I think that she's delaying because of preparing the passport.
We are not.
Ebia or delay because US forces omo bi antena hweche mu figure na biu. So what I say, perhaps she's delaying because the UK is not going to accept her into a pekwan for their figure na ha. But this woman or real pet no. You see what if or declare we are unfund resignation to us. She should just declare say oh need money because some of us will petition until this woman is removed from office. Quite of fast with the scene head office no. Or publishing that being. We so in the office we. So say yeah two Charlotte to say. Oh boy. This woman will not stay more than 3 weeks after John Mahama has been sworn into office as President of the Republic of Ghana. For successful prosecution of Jane Aduke Mensah and her criminal bunch, you need to shake up the judiciary. I say this is Tianama or Chinchimistiano. I say this Tianama. Mama, yes, sir. Mama, bet tennis Tiano, a crowd, or bet chim on the left, a chim on the right. I make sure the can't see. Because Mama promised Ghanaians a reset.
That's true.
Of the country. Who reset here? You are expected to reset every facet of this country, starting with the judiciary. Down kwasi some interpretations ni ayo mo ye wo ho you need to reset it. Get an attorney general who is forward thinking. Not a Godfrey kind of attorney general who is shopping for judges to give him favorable decisions. No, but attorney general will do policies. Ebeba be be mu ada ho pen. Enya attorney general wo ho aye wo justice. Now still Chief Justice and deciding who should sit on which case. No. So what I say, Sana Maker because this victory is emphatic. This victory, it is a confidence in it. Ghana for Mahamadi because we compare Mahamad's 4 years vis-a-vis Akufo-Addo's 8 years. Na kwa do Akufo-Addo di ball Mahama in opposition. Oba ye wa be ye multiple folds. But the Ghanaians are just told Mahama said they are sorry. Look I see Mahama catch ye. Say posterity will be his judge and that he has done his part.
Yeah.
He has served his country well. Truly, Ghana for by this vote margin, by this decisive vote, I call it total annihilation. It is a total massacre, a demolition exercise beyond redemption. Because you cannot fathom, you cannot imagine how the NDC will come from opposition to come and whip MPP to this level.
After MPP,
to the levels
electoral commission.
See, it is mind-boggling. What you cannot just understand. How did they do it? The Ghanaian people realized, say no, that's $1. Now you're 4 cedi 20 pesos. Yes, Mahama, you're incompetent. Now ubeton uba na wa so 17 cities 20 pesos. Now we catch say when I said if the fundamentals are wrong, the exchange rate will expose you. And in net it is still the same, and that yours is even better. Sini NDC there. Wabo busia sini NDC. Also who the busia na wabo no. Yes, sini NDC there. You are taking the Ghanaian people for a ride. I say ubu obia so obia ye kwasia. So what am I say? Say mama timia si tema aye femi si tema. Temna 3 for 250 million. And acquire internally generated funding. Now Ube see E-Gate. E-Gate alone can cost $240 million. Then you don't think that the Ghanaian man is a foolish person. So who could see Kumasi International Airport, just to prove say Kumasi International Airport, the international airport. Ma'am, what did he do? Oh yeah, Tamale Diano. Omo mama for to ho Echo Hatch. Kumasi plane for man for Kumasi to Hatch. Just to establish say an international airport. In your case, you have to go and get Ethiopia Airline chartered. Nipa mo try Ethiopia Airline wo ba Kumasi no mun do 10.
Oh, Samu.
One who video no. What I have the video. I will lie.
And yeah, pay BB for populace.
Yeah. I have the video. Me the mama. Omo 10. Me that is why. So you ask yourself say why? Aden. Why do you have to do this video?
Examples is you.
Video nini. Opa, utimi say ne ma ho. Ne fatu ne bono mo hwe. This is when omo check manifest no. Omo ya announcement say plane need be two. Do you get it? I'm telling you. You can't do this thing to the people of this country and think say can afford them. Akufo-Addo bre in the midst of tax, COVID, and what have you. Now we grant it, your in-law tax waiver, or go see private hotel. To be granted in excess of $20.5 million. Who does that? Palugu Tomato Factory. Look at things you are promised Ghanaians. So this one, a warning to politicians. Say, look, say. Oba near the 2 million amount. Not 1 million necessary we are. We will show you pepper. And the pepper you cannot even think of it. And you know what did I believe? Say Kumasi me fa Ashanti region. But now me share the way Ashanti region what to about this time. Now man for kana o ma me omubwa. Obia koto na ba.
Omoto aba no.
No, why na koto aba? Ya nkanya ba.
Ye kan ba.
Enya ba na ye kan mama winning. Mama do winning na tisa man for koto aba. Yes sir. Is that what they are saying? Ye kan ya ba we anya 4 million na ye vote nipa na koto ye. 6 million mama nya nipa na koto ye. In any case, ye ntimi nkyere ni oye ndisi ni na NDC anya 7 seats and more in Ashanti Dimiboa. Yeah. And Ashanti MPP stronghold. Ashanti is the MPP stronghold. So that argument cannot stand. For me, Ghanaians voted over near Atu or more. And Akufo-Addo. Omudi to tune mama na eye. But I will urge the NDC for no to be able to neutralize Ashanti region. So that could Radio Bia no so Mutaka constituency is well developed. A ban road infrastructure in a for Ashanti region, even more than Babia or 2 forward. Okay. What I say? More than Babia 2 forward. It is because Mutaka opposition, one with no constituency, are yet well developed. Okay. And a more mutimu na nkasa mo constituency yet. Chairman Sabun so atra hot something years ni hono want me ampre akwanpo anko eti NDC for sadi pa fufura na ma winning seat wa Ashanti region for me mo checha mo man ko face what I say mo man ko mo ye ho ya others who also want to follow I mean boy Others almost pay development, pay because also would want to come and follow.
Say Oko JCTB. Now seat no winning that.
Yeah.
Now you're the mawa.
Yeah.
And so with me prove beyond reasonable.
Exactly.
So that a man for will say.
You see,
I agree with you.
You see, it became an albatross on the neck of the MPP. 3 weeks to election. Now what Ashanti region? Now catcher will say, "Mama yen to Abamano, and this yen to Abamano punu wabeye Kumasi Central Market."
Yeah.
Why phase 1, phase 2 no more ban 8 years in ye. Muntiminye. Now if you really need our vote, go get it done. And almost shall say no 24 hours. Day and night, and no one to me. But and almost say most of my Kumasi International Airport phase 2 are ready. A person plane bell and they have. And so moko rented plane. To me, say we bet me yeah. But say you vote to the ammonia. So I tell you, will show you. You bet tremble ni hiamo. What I say. And yes, that is for me. Ghana for Kasa, but unfortunately. Wachi, unfortunately, again, Mavis, Hawa, Kumsen, Tio Kasawo no constituency bill 2020 or Tio, Emma, I'm for the two, now both Tio the first. She anyano. Police warfare no so no one two tio no. And yes I no kan e na ya jai because minister so no one here there or two tio no. So she has a temerity again this time around omokunipa apranipa. Wa unipa nsa. Nsa ya atia fiso ana no. You have rendered that guy's life useless. What could be ba? For me, Nipo Mawu 2024 we bought it. I say attention no call Nipo Mawu no. What I say, Obia any war jubilation no people are trying to secure the vote before, but Nipa when Nipa fight for who? Watch it.
Two near boy.
Tio Nankpala in a Tolon constituency, fake soldier. A boy NDC need to kono. That guy is a minority chief whip. Abibu constituency. They get it. Any BSC, any other places. But for me, NDC ni bia yebemana appointment as interior minister. Obi obeja appointment as defense minister. Obi obeja appointment as national security minister and coordinator. IGP enye Dampare quite about this time you be and so didn't crack that to or no coffee.
Oh, Samum.
Why
IGP.
You take
Dampare.
Ako Dampare.
Ye betunu. Ye ne betunu.
Momo Ghana for them betuno. That's all why Juma.
Adwuma.
And running them coalition center.
Adwuma ben na Dampare. Anya body na so onkoto. It not be plantain. It be security matter with the talk for here. Watch it. IGP from a babia. First assignment. Open investigation into the killing of people in elections 2020 and 2024.
First assignment.
The first assignment, no. That will give
and 2024.
That will give me confidence to say, Ubetimiaye Juma.
Where President Kufuado elections or not organizing the minor.
Yeah.
2020 and 2024.
That is
2016 there.
And Obianso
yes.
So this will be last one. We need to know who gave the command. Good enough, Nitu la Lusu. Good enough, Ambuzari Lusu. Say if these two and the man command now, they should be jailed.
The constituency officer was Lusu.
Why? Henry
Kote, 20 minister.
Fine. See on 2020 no will be
yeah.
Do you get it? Maybe I just want to was so West Walk on the back home. So Muda was Westwork on there, now he was a deputy interior minister. Then Brian Achampon was minister
of state in charge of
national security. Now Azugunu Munya ya show much that quite need do maba. This time Interpol is working. What I say? Interpol ye juma ye domu do bat see about to say ya what first 6 months Interpol cooperate. They will bring everybody you want them to return to your country for you. Now, you see, when you do that, indeed, we have come to fight for the people. Just because you cannot speak good English, want to be in parliament. How are you bisa as a fish farming here? There was a rallying of fish in Polytank. They were vetting. This one, you are not supposed to be this thing. You don't even have business going close to power. But unfortunately, as dumb as we are as Africans, you will get our Hakumsin shooting and killing people just to enter parliament. This should not continue. But it shouldn't. Now, Mekaye said, I feel election, better to see US election. Who quality we are, what declare who winner. Why we? You don't need electoral commission. See, you should be BF America and UK for. And yes, I know. Your dollar now, your BBI now, you still America country, you are still America country. Me what? America for the Donald Trump. On 271, no pay 276. On one train a laptop on so. On the college center, no so a yet thing a considerable form. Kamala Harris cannot make the number and no chance and trouble. And no Jana no can no be can and would be. Mahama, John Dramani Mahama. Per your collation, the figures projected are 56% plus, vis-a-vis Baumia's 41%. Liankase a 1,000 vote polling stations. They were MIA. You have 4,000 polling stations. You have found Kabaumiaho.
Still, I'll make it.
Nayan declare. No, but that is my younger brother. I have given him the remaining polling stations for consolation. So, in any case, Bakuko, Ganasco, no, Bakuko, Tamasco. What I say? The same, yeah, Baku is senior, the Baku is my younger brother. What I say? For nothing at all. You let me. I'm giving him. Say, yeah, but damn your money, sir. Moya say, damn you, but now be a maubino. What can say?
Or Tiamo.
And you want the one tear, no man. What I say?
I never heard how.
That is all. Now, undeclared too. In fact, me the way can cry mana. I don't think say obey me. It is a machine near corner. Sa na ye. In any case, watch it. Your friend is saying, Baumia, after Mahama.
Yeah.
I consider defeat. One fancy of friends and trouble. A canna no more some so. See, Peter McMenu was considered defeat. A man for Moody Baumiachi, Bra Champon, was considered defeat.
Yes.
Eh?
Gabia Sarchidako.
Obia considered defeat. At the Quemen Sanquan, there was one considered ye 72 hours. Who are you? What contest election? Did you contest any election? The law is made for man, not man for the law. And a man for no more election. I mean, fans also say Alan Kwadwo Chairman that issue statement.
Yes.
What I say, congratulating President-elect John Dramani Mahama. And I know others will follow. What I say, apart from Akpalu, any offender, Ayaraga, who will not have the courage to wish Mahama well, the rest will do. But what is the business of Jane Adukwe Mensah holding on to the results? In any case, Bamia nimisi Mahama Winnie. Mahama nimisi wa Winnie. Ghana phone nyina nimisi Mahama Winnie. Media houses are projecting Mahama in a landslide victory. We are still holding Ghanaians in suspense. Because a man for fish when they dim rana mawudin, you should do it. Mr. Kwasia, the woman you do or that nature no. This woman is just like that. She's power drunk. Power not Jemensa. Jemensa ye power drunk. Undindi. Jemensa na banos or no be regulating media or meko collation center because of padia. The Electoral Commissioner was busier there. So you now want to regulate how many media houses should go to the Electoral Collation Center to go and monitor. Those before you didn't do it. What I say, me say, and never mami wo yaje. Me, Charles Maka, me there to me also. I will petition until this woman is removed. Say court to buy a court. This time around, lawyers will chrome. Lawyers will chrome.
Lawyers what now?
A bit near
But casualties Ekopao, as low to how come silly the Alasan, Michael Quay Jr., Katie Amon Peter, Mewan Bruce Derry, Henry Quay, and Andrew Japameza. I
say, Kobe Mensa, one for Kobe Mensa.
Kobe Mensa.
Kobe, Ochri Daku.
Kobe Takrade. Takrade or no the number.
I be basa.
Why?
Yeah, Kobe Ochri Daku, dear no, and you're clear.
On Peso Lusu.
Yeah, and you're clear. Because so far, Matisse say or no ne, if you are MP no. And I call more Western region.
No, I said, I don't want to shame.
Okay.
Omun quarry or counting.
Okay.
No, but Omun trip protest, no one near Kobe Kado stay.
Abugina Poso, well, Lusu Poto.
Abugina Poso,
winning one. Where are winning one?
Oh,
yeah, the Origo winner one, a broso.
Omun San Cambio.
Oh, a big pontown.
Omun San Cambio. But that is a man for Malusun, the Charles Bisu and Timiama, only in a year. You see, only Dokwa and Charles Bisu ama a yamede. Oh, near me the back where you deny. And say, no, quite do that.
Yes, use your office in Dam and go set a blaze.
I want Bojatu.
Son will be a car or Facebook.
And mammy will be what.
Okay, so I think the production team, you know.
Me will be what Savannah is here.
Okay.
More, when I'm will be what.
Okay, so
Moon will be what I want for Benjamin Sia or communitary results or Kotuaba.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Benjamin Mammy. Come in, friends is here.
Ipan will lose.
You see,
Philippine or Pato, and Nebra woman, when we send a brother man, this is one of Ivana. What you are saying?
Well, by this, that's a moon, my dear. She. Eh? Ma o ma se ba lo bo mun se ni o ni o so an mo shifra
se we die se mo shi bibia you bet me asa koto no foforo
ni eto a wo bewe
I will see bad bad
are number drama if I know lose one of so where at it ansem 7 what I will you know one thing that's for that it doesn't work like that. Okay. It doesn't work like that.
Also all cross check it.
Yeah, what few are
because also or working tempo
or Nantaba or Trasaba
working tempo is here.
Hey Ben Zuchi
it was say they didn't call no na abu no pese or 20 so because when we say about me again to muntem so that the AC can help them to turn
the thing
a year at the end of alpha and I'm at the aqua 20 but
no matter that two anymore.
I know the confirmed report so until say it will be
share there now share now share content no you see empty room it is nipa no nyina wo mu na wa lock no na wa twagum na obi ahye
o da bend ontimi nyane sa
na one crab ballot paper na me twa me yere
ɛno ayɛ wa so
na o ka follow paper na me
abrantia na so no boy
also
agent afere me di abo
we say no wa hwia
ya o fi fa na do di
abo o se oni ba lo paper
see as we do for church so ko
and say no se oni ba lo paper
kan ke to ebinom je no
you don't beat, you only burn everything.
what you say
and
this for one bro pa
who shows so good so now the
and now share the how come say and call an year na what to last 4 years and now we are to be say no we are to ma otobo bi na mu kwamu kum constituency chairman no odo je na koka obi nan me no kan di pakronda hospital ansa na nyumre no kom koya kom sa kokum ayi na mpi no na koyo no eti kuma no wokum etu ezo etu omu ni bi
uze okay, so you dey fan sa
ma fa no but da bia me fa no say ya busuafo be san o
ero dia
da bia ya busuafo ne pawu
no maka say as I say itimi
because me pa dey collection na za to no anyam na to babusuani na onya ne dia me dia me na o kana dwo nyina kam na wie so kam na ye ensam so me to bi kata pokura sam to bo ne me hoto me woti ase ade ala banyo ye Ghana ne ho tie betasama ha okum se ni sa ogede da bia na no dia me boache obi asabia musabia nyaado wo ye obi ana wo fom na to kokoko ni nyankopon ebrezu kakra no do disimpempenso sike ko wiase ba nyina wonya bi etu nya humobro koko wuraba ya wa ba gina kokom waton koko saa ezo to kra na ogya muto koko ni nyina achi wa bra ba pese oboni eti se uni papa akunya unu se ni papa akunya ska ayi ekrom nyede
ano de
ya wo de bo se hakra mwoi se bo achi e wo mu ana se wo se ska bi be sha nko anwo na se otwa bo so mu na chew no nya nda ba konje wonu kwa konje woti ase de wonu kwa konje ba wo de bana so kakra mnya ni obi ade ani a wo so obi ani age one point cross tambe ni be pon woti mase ha wo kum sa adwonboni woni tim ade woni tim na woni de me de se no ko opposition ni president ni so wonu ankasa lusu me se ha kum si de onya prison ba bi nko na unim omo fanto mo tim se nya fa de be se judges no ye kwaba ye be agene cases aba se 4 years no da so to no ye set another court
fast track
ye do fa dan ni mu kura na opia wako court. It's so simple for you. Yeah, judge on 10 term. Watch out 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Now go prison. And yeah, but you also. A brainy ho. Yeah, pentama to Ghana niema. Yeah, change go for bebre. High home. How come said why yeah, cause you coffee. I see us a last 4 years. And the ambassador also. Unkwa na MP. And the unkwa na she watch. Kuma na hukumunipa. Sham no kasa mo priano. Omu di mpo yacho mo wiye no.
Okita jata kuma. Yes.
Na me nwa de kwai
oba okiteja takoma sade omo
sa foreign squad we no so mo ye fi ono e so mo sade ba sa John Mama na nsan ya and this for edoso and yeso sumpo anya this for ekamo sympathize edoso ye be sign wo de ba ni asan ye nkunu na ye nkunu asan ye kuno
enu nti na so twe ho nti na court dem ho
aso twe bi wa da bi ebi wa si e fa ni pani kotum se condemn o da ona sa mo na duane no odi no mo na duane no odi wonu se no so sa oman
o sa bo abaka
na ye so mo ye nkuom na ye kuom office system ni mu a oman ne mo beto no mutima se
eno de yes obi fum kum obi fum nya
o w
sa ye law na kwakoye enti no obi di boni a ye de no famra kwan so
emra kwan no bi che dodo bi nkofo bi wo mu pa boni o mu adi ye o mu da so da mu a wo mu didi no bi won tia se obi won no oni boni papa bi a ebi aponchi bi no chire kwan ho woni obi a wodi boni se ha wakum se wo mu nyina sentence the same thing no mu nyina dem koko ba mo chene pe brodo ba mo chene pe no eni kwa se basa ha wakum se simple bi na for prison bi na natum and there was a being now Maria de Chin Cotum, our region one. Omcaso Pio Biamana Bailey no so, or frame, or the number momo. Require Dano Remois, your first, wait and do to second, as I could to the same dino, third, as our transit. Now we are to know Maria second one would also, and yes, channel, I buy it at Arabisa Pan Channing Chay. And I'm catching when they come to the video, then get evidence at two noms no former. What must say? Now Maria, the whom be Penua Statisu. Because what you when ye and almost say be like a so
be an access war.
I tell you, who is ano, and then the first one there no height no as ye them papa second one no the height in it is okoto third one the okoto years or transit. No I could show me a be light in mawa. Who she now to she no do no would the hammer crab mobile inside the auntie. Ye you my word here, your cars on my phone one could you be. Said none of them could you them in him. One person will come crowd him. enya de ketwa o it is an say nyam obi mza ha wakum semu no mo say punishment bi o because I don't want to know for two want to oba no for two Ghana for nya better say for two adentia
say na unueka reset no say John Mama so be reset system now no crime be cause yes crime near expiring days so I think say the law will take its course
the law will take its course the law will take its course they yan kaisa agrada Etrana sorry da maka kan kwase asem. Agrada wo case.
Why don't find this flag or the
agrada wo case. Agrada wo case wo court or fraud case wo court.
So after kika no be kika.
Me say agrada wo fraud case wo court. Ye be bue case ni bio. See the bureaucracy case and say what is dia refund in the sikamano because you will reopen that case. You be push that case into it logical conclusion. I got that mindi matem. Kameka say I got that will trouble as Congo.
Oh no that's how you work from. Ajuma you no one there.
Mindi na tem.
Adwuma no one.
No say medi na tem anka sa na meka no.
Okita this flag no did
yasa.
Apart from your can we. Obua.
Yes sir.
One was
so me ni na tem. Banka medi na tem kan.
Dabi. Wakati we could pro. And the Omeka bo for mama na mo ape o.
So I want to Congo tie. So I want the Congo adi agro family lo Congo. I woman tia so kakara who's I.
Now no. Electoral Commission I think say ade omo ye no. Omo no mama obre aba.
Yeah.
Ana America na won tia
one. Nipa na wo person bo no.
Why one what jet?
Yeah, elections we see nyina. And sheni nyina kire say electoral commission person ba omi awini.
There is an audio.
Yeah.
Only I Aguna East over.
Yes.
Okoka train the boss man see.
Yeah. Omo say omo ni come first declare ba me ama ba me awini. Eti say nipa na wo bo ano no. Abeji atum say maame. Anye me wo bo me nyi ya. Why then do you have to delay?
Watching my men can't change.
And how many results?
No, my men can't change this for.
Because Matisse how many results?
Or more results. My men can't.
Or more results.
All Casanos do not madra. Unzo Cassi say omo quality could do by view. No more shena ne akano. Omo demand the other person cry and then will meet me declare.
Yeah.
Quite Nyansa chrono. Or by fast akwan so at 56 and so.
56.
Yeah. Yempene
eti on quality ni na.
Oh no, your man
because your person about otai bia
120 hours on
quality ni na nwe.
Yeah, increase time na man 120.
So let me offer 52 bia ba.
Yempe.
Later no say ekoye say.
David. Enti won to no bo. No ndo ni nyina ma. Aba.
I see.
Adukwe mensa. Mambo e mekan e. Sa bra bi be ba. Mambo be ka tega na fo nyina se yenda. E ka o mo se me bo. And then I know issues say, sir, organization, me man accreditation.
Yeah.
We me nyani say.
Yeah.
We me mamu maha and district electoral officers, you know, and select media houses to me koko, me hey. Adugwe, and cry for because Adruha.
It should be.
Yeah, Adruha. Adugwe.
It should be.
David. Is it? Nya why ye na say we. Onime dwuma nani so wo de anyahwe what did he 4 years
I say deliberate o
na wo ye de se wo shada wo a
esoro se obi ni madwuma so
wo shada wo a ye
so sa ko utim sa ko wi obeti oni madwuma ba wo pa no esa
oni but I'm telling you they don't know nipa woni mo no e no maro ligate na akoto background no sribo kwaku no
no o make kan kwasa sam pikin enu na wi
a say mu ye ni no ma ne ba wasan ba
o make kan kwasa sam na
sanity entire simple as ABC 4 years wa be dibi wa ya de we bo akufu ado we need 2020 election o wie ye otna be che mu free Ghana ha yes sir this one want me anye on resigning. Ye twem na police for under so ti ne fie ho. Omo mo hu nwanwa ya me.
Me ka chom na so tia. No mo hwe manim. Mo ko fie mo ko fie.
Adu government sa lose election mo da so.
Mo chom mo ti wo ye dey.
Omo guidance.
Mo chom mo ye dey mo hwe me. Mo da so tia.
O ni fie police for on fie ho with police car. Opia soldier for the dinechi.
Ebia oba enjoy for the next 1 month.
Eva.
You oba enjoy for the next 1 month.
What there wouldn't man declare me. Let he have finished.
Soldier for na police for nya be fifio.
Now so you know the individual
now why we person over this CDS. Over this CDS I go to ankwaya same way so. Akwa san soldiers to electoral commission of Ghana ha. Emfa. You know go work o.
Na akwa na say change na yi.
Why?
CDS you be change.
Onu dey so ko. Omo ni mo so mo ko.
Appointment na mo yero.
One position be no be to maintain.
What? Who be maintain new position? Eh. Na wan for my adwuma na e. Asomani apaki ko.
Asomani ko.
Apaki na 4 days.
Apaki in office.
Onu no nkan so mo hu se mo lose election.
Ne pen kura ni
no office. Apaki bi bia. Yes, papers nyina ho. Washi bi bia, apaki bi bia ko. Before answer the 3 days ko to aba.
But no be say if it is abre ko yi, yan hwe ahyehyɛ documents.
Eno na nya ahyehyɛ ni ankaye ne so, me say bia na me person me foreign affairs. Ese me ko tena ho. Na me monitor dan no, mo man ko hye no. Open finance akwa go and protect the finance building. Well, person who call Godfred or that office or call you security no. When they call bomb just make sure that they don't burn it. What I say, and no. So you are protecting state institutions.
Na but what would nimu a ejabeto place no.
Oh,
omo fanto omo tim. Yes I would get wo ye ni wasem. Wotwa mo court na nim kra ye di wasem awie. Enti no memo obi anto so wo dey wo kwakwa e bibi keke. But the message NDC supporters we kutupa ne say wonu say constituency na aka na munya declare na I twema mentwe no. Omo make sure say omo dey another reinforcement be ko guo. Mema supporters akoguo pa. But one person who ya na nkofa bre no mkofie no mo declare e dey ama NPP for no. Sa no person
mo kwa nyoma declare.
Dabi.
Omo declare.
What are they waiting for?
One say NPP for no.
Embranes no.
Mama me reporter na e bisa so must start here declaration na.
Me my coalition officer. Agent. My coalition agent to a parliamentary candidate. Stroke a presidential candidate. Why I say omo me na me gina mu. Me fia met me yi sa results no sa coalition blue sheet no met me ji aba be chro ye buem de tie once a wo ye agent nipa no de tumi ama wo no nipa no de tumi ama wo no the only thing is say wo be una wo jana na mu you are not waiting for the parliamentary candidate. What I say? You are not waiting for the parliamentary candidate. And you say, mu real election no. Wow, mu real election with polling station. Now mu the results on Aba Coalition Center. You collate real pay. You straight away or declare results. You don't need an agent to collate.
Okay.
Who here agent to collate you?
But say oye tabulation and there's a term here the man I'm say
that is a collation.
The summary sheet no.
The summary sheet na and who collate yeah you are collating.
But we say or append
mandatory.
Oh okay.
What officers need do there?
Who officers who electoral commission who officer no mood once so mood abre wo no.
Our recorded.
Who record you still will declare.
Okay.
You don't need any other person. Nipa na ma.
The agent no credit you coffee.
In your fancy 1 year na I gbagbo se gagbo ni na busa. Omo ma ye na electoral commission twa omo. No. Once your electoral commission agent or any returning officers into once omudia bro no eno na ye wo material.
Okay.
MPP de no mudi akoma omo parliamentary and nipa was small. NDC de odi ni de akoma nipa was small no. Enti wo de a wa agege no o sese. Na wo de atudwa. E wo concern na na wa be raise protest. See oh, maybe they na me police agent di breme no. Me kasi ani no. Me kabo no. would dear no and yape a boy difference, but not to hold the process. The electoral officers that are complicit in the wrongdoing that is going there. And noon to the say, Omujina and Chen, no more questions.
I saw him
no beside no questions.
But we don't want us put for one team without a question.
But
you who better go for microphone. I'm not for better more than angel.
Not the police for any who be so biasem. A secret. Ballot today is secret. The boy be a secret. For what I say, not be son asem.
Yeah.
And then I watch it.
Then how?
And more ben the bit to me the amount. What I say, and I'm with the amano. And more open with the amano. Pepe, we are no biaconi fee. Simple. Where is we a chair?
I see.
Oh, David.
But Dominico Abenya
Share to me, yam fam mouth.
is the largest constituency in Ghana.
Yeah.
In terms of numbers.
Yeah, to me, watch it. Yam fat to be ma.
Yeah, Jay.
Power is not served
Okay.
like a restaurant and a manyara cat. You take it with force. With Jana with their Johnny, MBP at GB 2016 chrono, I did with their Johnny 2020. Or Kunipa G power with an idea. What the one funny the Anju?
Yeah.
One funny the Anju, but whom bands are with our dear. Until Kwabenya.
But where the only energy?
Why?
We know.
Kwabenya Dewi.
And so Kwabenya still and the goose water. But
and I make Kanyani, the end of the word there now. G. Why say, Upa the Din Jadia, walk or Winnie back. I found your dear no. Now they are the Diaji. Why say, who comes young kind from you?
okay, Abado. Osman.
Yeah.
Otemega. Okay, so far, update Ben O'Horn from Dominico Abenya Coalition Center.
You can't you. You cannot hear back. You say I'm saying, based on few minutes ago, but we say, eloquently, in Abba what I say, we are Abutrena, Omati, I say, on my position. Earlier, not for free, more. And then I'm wishing you a buyer. No, let me go for far. No, it's not what you there. There's no way of what you can say. Never yet, collision on Monday, on Saturday, professional. The lady and theatre in Coppering, not and sell more than they did. It's almost our friend or choose the police friend on for them. Any easy for Kataya. So, Mr. Babacum, never we say, Waba, Baji Mike, a catcher, for the Sensei, Bia, and Yabutrena, easy for no, and then to the Polaka on their position. If you make a idea, I say, but what is your matter? Well, catch them up on the one year media. Now, now, almost a collision. If you look at it, I would say, or be a collision. But the bonus now, Rodonana, I will have it. I would say, or more, a person moving also. Almost a moon could be a name to teach now. Or one person was now, say, if you declare elephant, I could say only political candidate elect for Dominico Abenya. Answer number 50. Make a say, Niam who said, Omoquanam for you. So now, I say, more Nana ever. I have been saying Nana Kabukia or more better to move to my breast. That's the baby. Banamoba. In the different government. But I said, Saya Bump can say, this is for now, imagine to get your own kind. Man, you know, how much I say.
Okay, earlier, how my Janet TSA 1 Eero Makokwe Jr. One agent, Wobejina man, no any ho. Oma Bana say agent no so my.
Omobia and by Yasiana here, Omobia in Hati. You can catch a Indican Kayan. Isiano, a military, Mr. Mohano, nobody thinks.
A soldier for bear 20 Nabaho.
So you for that 20 happy with that. And political day, I must go. You know, Obama is one of the among you, among kind. Now, Omina and Jack, among kind, because you see, I know almost my imagine says, let us enjoy now, they are command there. And yet, they are much more problem for Nasi happy, because they are crowd no hano, any possible. If you or say, Omunia, it's a Momo. If you look at the money, it's option Nakata. And our money, the forest of Nakata. nti ni for that say ọmọ yẹ coalition na ma mo ti a me kasa ni ọmọ atena ase a ọmọ ta say ọmọ yẹ coalition no ba say other parties no e gba wo de ni party bi ani ho a ọmọ ni ko ho pa ka me ndi ko ani ọmọ so me de kan de ta o yi tu say ọno e na aba no wa pa no ona oda so ha
Sinti na NDC candidate Mrs. Faustina Eliprima Kurugu dio o GDA say ono no wa win
na oka also wa win elections no because osha I say omo aye omo o coalition na omo kuta mo an kuta politics na omo ye omo ta politics no mo say wapa ni aka na say ombo ye ni aka na afi but ebi for say on fishes na omo kuta no nkofo ba fabi market no omo ni fishes a omo ba tena ne ono maye na omo ka sada se dia isiru e wo kofi ndika yin su dia no nka omo panye na mo so mo ntia se mo nye ntino ama tantino ma omo ni hasi nti akwa se only one side in na wo ho no so pese omo nya de no na omo declare answer na omo tua na etine bi no akwa se bia anye te nti na ono so na wa ise titi na so omo ka de no e ne ya de so ma pele so ye fa president banko isi officer na te politician ko ye o se ahaya no so bia ti ko so nti ni ka te de isi for ni so ya fona mo ha no ni fona mo ha mo mi na anya ntia se yen kan aba no me ka se obo ti se mo kan
okay enti o say NPP for say omo pinch it ni bi ayira
omo ti omo hu omo pinch se de se bin na baji ti se la ti ro so mo yen de o mo ni pinch to nti na ma omo ni ha ni nti no mo so se omo ni mo de sa na te bi an ka se ka bia menim de na mo so iti ne ye but nti se me nya ha na se omo ni dia asoga de iti e wo mo ko pin de any for so on ko pin de come on ti ate na ka den yi omo ko sa le with that one no come on kan but after there's no understanding between the two you know me ka te de omo de mo so mo ni ha kwa mafia den ka iti ni kwa ye iti ena na bi e wo se ba ya ana we na omo ti man kan ha hehe aba no but say ya me ka say the ntia say makata ma ya kan ba say ndi ko no bo ha de bi no no bia ni hono ba say omu no pesi ka mo be na ta kan ena me hu e be ti me de bia ana te bia ile je ti bia ti ada pass ba ko me ni ko
all right Abado me da say okay Osman Abado na motini ka de be ko wajagbawe ya nya ne TSA electoral commission so e declare oyo update from
but you know say and this for winning election hom da so your door your door who pink sheet returning officers no ba hom de yisi de bre hom mo de ne hunya bi mo de obi ade mo de kofi o obi be body ma ko sabe nya do no ni tiro no akoko use as a tiro o de akogya nan agent for ni be so ba bi o ne mu wo wanti no ofi opa o ma collection center obi mu o de kofi anko gya won sanka wetima say it be arrangement officers mo ne ye etu ba beton said wo die na won sakan and one is o declare and this when your power me fa power ni agro mu make sure somebody withdraw so ja for them je ono nyina afi onom no ni easy for ni adwuma ne enko ba bi what must say we win wo da so to akufo do to say wa fo ni nansi nyina tatai wonya president bia bia mu we say wonya obi bia do mama na president african ye wo no ye to oba ma ye pon akufo do e ro for nyumre e beto jeli no e beto amana da wonya obi as a president outgoing
but that is the outside the law.
Which law?
Because Akufo-Addo can one man
law wa crampo the bar okwa amami oti supreme court to interpret no turn the tear from what the national law be any ediso chief justice who on mo win election what one mo yes ade we amate say who say ai wajagba we die one so almost like my die na efrem o pink sheet na efrem o mo kai de ka ho e de aman pipi ni no and this for no aye door sa ejejecha dede ama no eko wo mo awie no mo ko honom wo ko junior at one of the TV station so no we win abrakra pinchit boy wo so onkuta bi e de na o de win
it delay we say na dama go so for no person
sa no mo ye sa no o mo boni nyina so meja kakra de e de agum e de na mo trama sa de we a take place na ahụ traba and this from Nancy form no mo make sure somebody withdraw so soldier for the police form na use for the Nicholas so simple ni anko no nyesa kakra na ka no pese wo fa kakra na ka o mayi ni nyina boache wo be fa ni nyina ndc ye two door ndc pe peace dodo edu wenye peace o ade ye wo de na de bonkum na je ye de bonkum na je mutu o ma niam na mu de nyina nkofo no pese o asesa wa lose wa wie ayi ono abo awie wa wie tie wo sa betan na bo wo sa am one of advantage no nya bi da bi o
ohire ba ne papa tia
tia se wo papa na nura na betan so no do mama so make sure so on kasa wo make sure so be kasa ma obi akotan fie soja fo no mgo na mko kwatu mo fa etu no mko kwagege enkoguo utuma se no mko police for adwuma obi ankum obi ankum enkontokwa mo di sa no mo di agura enkrofo di sa no mo di sika adwananka ye pese nya number na te ya nya kra that 195 to 200 SNDC timinya woko parliament woko bodan pese na pese woko bo horma wo betima bono adidi no wasuma to no wada yampe weba obewie na NPP for be ha dwene se ye number na ye say wa ma ye say ya ye say arentia NTNDC for me say wo make sure 200 na ye kono ese timinya unya number ni woko parliament to ma wo fufuo no adi no wada eno ase munya djuma wo pe me NPP for ma me ha dwene kro no pese mo bo what trabi we say miss bi enye ye e de ba biem
kodo meba ye beto aso so ne etie ne se NDC for no mutie se de kodo ebo an makati ka no ohene ba ne papa tie ase aba ne ato awie some people for ye to aba no wie na ka omo resource an komo na so ye e kom favor nka ba now o maka kire wi ase nyina so ma we ne esan se wo mo wi ne ti na show mo ho no bi ade a hye de dem fam hwe it is not wrong say mobile BCG reference coalition center because me matoba me am ye voter me am kokoto aba no abato no sunsu aso ne hear me it's as me to aba ma certain individuals so me di me so for the next 4 years so the NDC from national to region copim constituency head o me ko abenya mo fa mo nancy form yes mo fa mo nan AC form na fe so ye hu ha wa ne ma be sifa mo fa mo nancy form mo ma supporters no so nko mo make sure say asojafo na e ho no mo no
I can't sure say NDC ni better at police.
David go with me try.
I can declare na akoko dada. Patrick your mama winning any clear.
Eti mo come soldier for ni nyina fi coalition center because obi an konto.
Dabi.
And a post for nka so mutimi e ha do crowd na ho no no. Patrick at say. Patrick has what do? Hello Patrick. Oja gba we there. Wo so wa say there wo ko no. And you, that's because hello Patrick. Abra, Bepo. Aha. Yeah, me too. Can be aboko there.
Nyamiadum be aboko da also.
Nyamiadum network no. I said the way you go any greater crowd no.
I don't know. Say Ebia is for now. Now say president na do da kwa kufu ado reni bawo mi a obo we say ado. Baba you.
Okay, so you need come up from Babia War. I never could say.
The coalition center or Abba if you and after a kakra middle fee. Now and check and the National Democratic Congress NDC parliamentary candidate our wage about constituency Felix Podate Lamte during the coalition of the big team, and team now will call it, identify some anomalies. The big team, about 3 or 4, if you are polling station, and I say, yes, polling station code a little, and I happen to say a nipping sheet, so, and I happen to say, we back or what Arabic PM1. Letma, I even said what they should say on the wall. And also our PM, and I think she's back to be to store. MPP me assign my come at 9-4. NDC and sign. I don't know how to say that particular police station or Katakasa before. And NDC and Anthony also on side. And another one being to yeah, number be what so NDC for no war. MPP for no and provide this particular number now. To me and provide the asset now. Now, Boachi and Kayi United himself, coalition center or no, you have ballot papers and for a pink sheet and a Yedi Juma unless you are calling for recount.
and I say and just say yenya recount a collection center 18 ya other collection center no pink sheet 80 afana I say both sides no OTH and the NBC have one of their process and another practice and say NDC the police station back home after say radio board A MPP unyahe or seminar 30 NDC also unyahe or seminar 30 na electoral commission a key a computer also and I say another process another procedure and that's a process and say easy bepa on one kata pink sheet on one kata a receive no now a key in a machine and that's a computer now I bought a police station A MPP 50 now I check here 50 NDC 50 now so but check 50 but yesterday our wait about constituency we be a coalition one edu baby after the year kase yen no branch by branch na yen use page sheet no na after MPP 40 they be omuntintu inti akata na after so some of the ballot page sheet na NDC for who say na ebi enfia ebi so no ya after another ya signing and ebi so no figure be NDC for no so no NDC for amfa omode na amra omutimi enfamba enti wenum nyina na NDC for who say say omo kata college na kire say I don't know e mo omo league race ni mo enti no the MPP for 8 me amfa nia omo hika ombetudi ato ayeye college na eni omo twen ama NPP for e di aba omo kentwen so ta NPP for amfamba enti no omo ye press conference akre bi a betna friend say press briefing aka catch eye timemufo anase temtrafo say these are some of the challenges yehu awo ha aye PD anase ye dey actual electoral commission for name say omo hwe say na ebeya ye ebetimi abasa na ebeya ebetimi actual so na ye ndi ejuma no isi for no say any NPP for no montwen na any MPP for no ankokasa any MPP for no kasa ya omo tumi amfasa particular thing to the ember it the NPP for no say any they will not continue with that particular process until say omo tumi the other things na aba na omo tumi continue it no na NDC for a fee a year collection center no and chebia na issue over ho any ni director and omo decided say any omo use omo ankasa pink sheet omo wono na omo dey aye collect no e dey aboa aye new patriotic party for it at the end of the day no omo wie ye no na ye hu say regional executive who aye vice chairman e Greater Accra regional NDC aye honorable Jaja eba ho na afen to aye regional communication officer and also eba ho na some more can say almost omo ne constituency executive aye adwene say mo ba ba ye aye coalition and I say pink sheet wey ma e dey pink sheet by pink sheet yan koneta o do pink sheet ba then I say na ben e na unya ye so me dey pink sheet ba na ma say na ben na ye nya ye na ya atwa to na dey aye ejuma no and so omo anje sa antu e na omo boa aye new patriotic party for and omo kan ye NDC for omo fi reach ba ye e be kata easy presiding officer na returning officer aye friend of Mr. Dankwa anje antu na so obehwe ho ye beja e ma MPP for e ko fa aye langas any macho men e ba ho e ma kakra NDC for kakra na omo ho no e ma ye pamo wo anche e na easy e declare say aye Jerry Ahmed e na oye member of parliament elect for this particular constituency but any NDC phone be a kasa no almost di 18 no omo ne mpedifo ebe kasa na ebebem no almost omo decision omo wo e was that particular incident na eti wa ha no almost on be kire omo age
I see it is so far no what declare results no
so far no we declare results but eba ne sa na NDC phone nyina eti wa na ye pam wo no and they beja enti me ankasa say tabe no e kasa no me ni figure no e wo menchen but make me kakra and I say e me pem no e te bia make me enya figure no na me dey amount now so what dey amount etie for no ma hwe
because
but the NDC for no e can say anka easy for no because watch it enra no me nya be investigation e hu ye mu It's as a many edgy a year near a cost of our wage about constituency. Now, near cost of wage about constituency, you know, you bet me at the one degree about a year easy. It's as a more year staff, even though both political parties are war. Not a BBC, not the Encode, not an opportunity to Omuhu, not some catch out there. Say, and the I was say, Oma, you hold on, now you rectify that particular issue. That's also, oh, yeah, we would your own cost on that money, not a year. You pay not a year, that's a challenge number. That's a year catch out, not a year, the better you better, yeah, the two another 1 year. Not just say, and this is for also will be say, Omu again say, a year electoral commission, wage that by constituency. Omo friend, Mammy Bakubi, Abigail, and almost a ball, Papa Bakubi to Efren Mr. Dankwa, money any reverend, one reverend being so, or money any before a year Kitashi Sibi, and now Omo Aqua ending before any say, but any before say, that Ankaya Pano police station, I said, pink sheet by pink sheet, not the electoral commission, edit to say, yeah, sir, Anka Omube who say, and this before anybody community says, yeah, watching, you know what I can say, and I also, I will wait about a constituency.
Okay, so, but what is what declare results in favor of MPP Jerry Ahmed?
My sister, what declare, Emma, what declare a year, Jerry Ahmed winner, I will wait about a constituency, but and this is one to say, Omundi and Omoni penny for any of my lawyers, Ebekata, na that bako, and I say, you know, so you bet your monka.
All right, Patrick. Unya figures in another samba. All right, but I say Patrick has what we do. Wejagbawe constituency. I don't know. Oyo Makati.
Waji. I think say Wejagbawe for etnasi. Na we are kete we. The form was posterity would deal with them. Candidates, you know, one can or don't go to protest. So we are declaring who winner.
Yes.
Now, NCC, no one found court. They get it. They should never agree. Say, Utie Ashford, Patrick, reporter, Odia Bayer. There's dispute over pink sheet in Ibikrom Mudiaba. Yeah. Lekma, the Lejokuku's pink sheet a bit pure with Jagbawi. Yeah. No more dear too. I can't fra. David. But my main canto, my mammy be sister be, when I be some for Muso Mutu or Samia Oku constituency. Okay. Omoko ye no bois. Oboaka no for now. David, I Akuapim. Komoko ye no bois akotunu ba niti nkwa otimi fa mukakra. Oh, okay. Wa miana ni or the an etel komlaga. Okay. Also only na bisi enyi with the main control. All right. So ofelo pa now sabaya benya no man de. And I say yeah. When you are going to give me so you can or you're not watching na kwana from you. Na or say get your voice note. Offer me na so fa number ma da. Eti get your voice note na no send the voice note abre me. E say wura kwana me di. Number na yana binya. What's the number no? From Mountain. It was I watch it. Number no say go but get no kasa me na ko do dia bro. E dey be na fire no wa. My kind message you know actually. And Etel ya da must say multi radio good the power station. I think say wager for some come. Yeah. Wager by some come.
I sent to me a court issue.
No. We quite the yes.
Now what declare?
No, you better some settle no. So I say, so we declare your team recount. You can come for recount.
Presiding officer why in the process now?
O matter man,
what declare results? What declare results now?
It's apart from court.
It's apart from court. There's nothing we can do.
Oh.
apart from court be no
sa kwa we candidate no I swear Bola man kra onya
because Jerry Ahmed dey oba 2016 no
yeah was so central crab but your posters crab boho
na just on nam no chinchi
yeah was shopping for constituency just to enter parliament because we Rebecca Kufado Darlingbo.
Oh, okay. Cash is all be pa.
Oh,
yes, Sabia man.
Coastal development. Then I see on.
What you call a number?
That's what that guy with the Zoom Mr. Crondom. I'm on a tall laptop, HP 23,000 Ghana cedis.
Oh yeah, okay. So how they
I'm the minimum power.
Where Jack Bowie?
And your money no mundi and ma obia one. You see, and in Tia, Yana hint publicly, say they are trying to prevent the NDC from having an overwhelming majority.
Yeah.
And Adriajiri, another prayer will see. They don't want to agree. Sana Damango, they don't want to agree.
Yeah.
Sana Domiko Abenya Mumpeso Beje.
Deliberate.
It is the people's might. And yet the force of the people.
And Techiman South.
Techiman South. Techiman South there. Mijomudi.
Okay.
Kwajoko Kenu come one.
Omidani won.
Oh.
Eti Domiko Abenya. And someone do agree. And someone do agree as on your corridor. I don't know much. And I want to declare.
I'm not going to say.
Don't press on Tiasi.
Zano Moyana.
Yes, and we go say about Damango and a Techiman South. One was almost MPP for the Somo Tiasi.
Boama Patrick Boama Crown said the same thing.
Yeah.
Need the insanity.
One also the Conco. Nini has a molusu. Because I say Abu Sadik's were winning, Patrick's orders were winning.
And when we know Mudre were Honum, police station or collection center.
Sir, all say presiding officers, most of them MPP for. It's almost say, oh, you have more police, you have more soldier. Janu Jana.
No, but it's all soldier.
Now, soldier found Johnny.
But it's almost soldier be.
Soldier found Johnny.
Now, as long as you crack, why
about how strong you will be.
As long as you crack Jem, why Boama.
But Boama Casana no pose.
As also Jem, why a Dominic Abenya, man, a friend, Makokwe, why Makokwe. As long as you crack. As a bit for president. Actually, open one crowd going to call.
And now,
presiding officer declare Papa.
That's what engineer.
Papa, what the 87? Where the young boy, 1 year, they come. Okay, we get the 70 pay. And I say, young boy, Jonqua. I know the people can't want to say, what they are Yari and answer their bread. And also, Papa Penny can do in Apo. Bonessa with the team. Ghana Penny for more, but do one as a Bonia will go for. Yabona Bombono, you can pay Kudi Bonnie. Kokan, someone you can say, what am I say? And people losing Kofoso, so losing Bonnie Granus. They said Papa Crowaya wouldn't know the Papa.
Returning officer.
Consul be pink sheet at the most Macayafra. Papa Panimu, Madicamo be. No more job upon my word declare more Jano. Any other man declared, you
before the.
And some so different in Semna, where the Namukajo Yodi. Nian woman no carry pay upon.
I know dear.
I got man Nanoka.
I just a court. And the NDC 40 Dominic Abenya. And Soma Duajiri, Damango, Techiman South. And before the Somotia Soma Rene. Tikwambi on Bafaswa, on Begisa City, on Beji. Etianona, okay. Sana Yidi account. The Soma Ye, Wajago Indian, Toma Yefrim. Etoma Shadama, or no, yes. It is Yama Fiano. One more call other centers. No Tia Seduketia, Johnson as Seduketia.
Musuma boy,
yes, Momoso, Moncrofoishawom.
Muna deployment.
Omo to abaning and bit me a call.
Because where do you know?
Mustafa Bani,
how many Langas a call on move?
Or some of the Langas.
The Langas,
Yami way, Mustafa way.
Yami was shanty.
None of the crazy about Cramia. Judge a crowd Langa drive vice chairman.
Yeah.
Any young upon a UFO.
And
a Vigno. What was the president of Langard? And they will get one film. It's other than Mobile Langard, ever say, Mojuma. What film crunch as when you win your Mojuma? What must I say? It's other than some young monk for Langard Behamo. Wouldn't it be a monfrey Bemamubi? Langard, there will be a
elections in Langard.
Opposite
for the abolishes over Langard there. Yes, son, you might be too much.
Now, also, will be the call the idea of the court. We are here in Langard, where yes, will be Ancasa. Also, I need my husband to question order.
Davi
will be a son, uncle. And the uncle, you know, your cop, you also as a Omonia Bo, Monia Baseco, on board can fall in one more. go be so nyonko ti Langard ko group aba na we group aba na yapon wetima say mo declare mo fi mo ko do me ko benya ko be ko e do ko
o ye Langard na ko format
ko for you fuka kakai mo no mu ko do me ko benya we ko benya hono mo no mu go the ko for you bo ni yema on fefe they were to na de to
but o ye Langard na ko coalition set o ko format trouble police be chow and then me
what we need election as am so just
no
police ni o
abia we no ko na police ni o
but you see obi di Langard aba o so betimi no party supporters akọ enra na esi o Ablikuma West e party supporters in Ghana for to aba
na Langard anyone be ma obeti abo when no another dia
Langard so obi o hasa so illegally
no fear no ba fear what does Langard we nipa etimutumu ni me ma o mtu ye nipa mo obeti abo simple professor odi bi call na odi gi ade na me dey am gongo bo achebe no ya ade na me dey winia first say ye winia ya waso so ogon who win the presidency kra na ba ye dey bebo so far say one pinku ande who dey agbo ti ade na wa bot hono no wa wini jomama win presidency na mo to na mo gi MPC ni dey ko do we ko be nyasi tun say one of the important seat
okay so MP before na start tweet oko social media o ma start say do me ko benya so blue eti agenda agenda o ma start eti we be say Johnson Asiedu Ketia chairman
Sami Jemfi
mo and do ko benya mo doso eti no wo mo so mo pese mo benya 2/3 of parliament no eti kwambi o mefa so o megigi seat na ka ewo mu no o meje eti wo mo ko na with Evan saying the electoral commission no pese yes obey ne niam antem no ni nyina no ay agenda mo delay they are buying time say on register those seats nti oko Facebook re Twitter ma start do me ko abenya so blue but ye ba be coalition no omo be before no kwadwane agenda is for no hono no obi a win elections odwane ko fi
the same thing na when say we so the same no NPP for ni one on to ni pin sheet no and papa na declare ma omo so to say ade the way mo do declare ma ele criminal go ade
it is okwema
asa Fra Mustafa na mon catches na esi na no channel for president
Fra Mustafa
go the two as na fan no onya de because me
ade mo gigin grofo so sa John Body mo din sanfo sa na otada ho se de ni bibia ira na so when your opportunity as agege on side miraka bo agehwe ni akoi sanfo a wodi okrai mu abronya da so na so tukwa
abronya Ghana
abronya de ekure de ahon komo
abronya Ghana
because temdidi e wadi John pa de nya de be kokrai mu abronya baby obi onya ready onu so don court obi amfani court ni de na personal one
but what be to trust my police
obi an o ye to trust am wadi John atem say we na atem simple obi an ga obeji obi an obi ga
abronya no zo aton ka kwan
aton ka kwan mo konfo
waton ka kwan mo
konfo
ewo
ni kromo
yes
na si criminal case expire
I know there
ye be bie sa case no
I know there
na bronya no ye ni wo fa na odi na chi abronya ni wo fa ni check wa say go no wo fa kokko yi scanning na ariko
na no
obri boy abronya o criminal o wo ye kromfo papa abronya no so di kromfo sa oyi musician na ni team say you know what on you got no
I tawita ko
yeah so a criminal we foster so nusa we scammer o scam kromfo ko prison wonim
me dem teda
o so de kromfo kwa broche no gigi o musika after don go do airport o say plane educate to plane so true na visa spy instant visa na spy anyway ya chini kwa tu mo tabita kum we froster and what one and one so din crofatem and what the activate ayi ntim so sa kwa na ntim nyina de enku ayi musa na tefa no ye ono
sample de o nyina bonyom
enjum be na mo bo
o nyina eno wo za na mo nyina tete obi de video be kire me
na kwa ba ko ne ga
o tete bu ba ko
won yin bi no mo ko sina kura na se no won so bo yin ka za kwa
me ba
cobra
attention. Come on. The victory of Muhammad. The victory of Muhammad.
Okay, report to the Chairman Chair NDC General Secretary Fifi Fiavi press conference. Koyo young wrap up now. So as and when on Babano, you call make a cranny about.
Watch me that's it. But they make a change for us a pomucho. Woman your power near Modia. Ghana and NDC or ye momo. NPP in a tabafo. When she ye beam, it be panic chow, me pa omucho. I don't day. That's all we yet lose to do. Conference do na kana e omo de nyina omo ye twa lose am na kokodi baabi boache empanifo ne ma boys omo nko ho first ne na edos ne che ne 11 empanifo ko 11 conference say dia aka ba 23 ade na mu nyina mu go akra na mu nyina mu nko do me kwabenya ne mo jama ko fori na eliprimu omo fisisa otima say mu nko boa na mo nya de ne empon na mo nko other places no unya number no unya na me kan DC so to de ma ya 200 cities so timinya obetimenya what did be agodo and I feel for this one yamana broso John Jina Ponu as my father John tin oh and your brother no we lose we are one person a candidate for jail what must say nipa makoma ko try that one nsemu a ya hwehwe mo ayehu mo it is who sama ko MP o de no bebo no buy make sure say oni MP no we wie pe no obi eni wontoma what must say nipa 8 o mo nyina yira bacho yawe
nipa 8
ewo abujina poko nsoasi
nipa 8 aye
wono omne nenam omo yira ta lege gofani ambre wo beka bia so ba yira eti NDC aba wo next week sa we ni chapter ni nyombe bia ni nyina mu makwa wo uni mo so de wini ya bia bebrebe wo wi am nyina no so wini by 1 vote wono na wini by 1 vote wonam wono na ta lege say $20 ko gu we mu no so ka politics mu no wono a sa kwa we se mu make sure se be yini hontoma NDC for jeja na ma wa sa ko parliament ko ere
ejiwe wa ko parliament a ebe ma djuma na ebe
simple f4 what ma say f4 as a preconam obi am penti udu market afofofo wo we so de what ma say so I don't dey me send this for no o make sure so make sit na kan e dey pa ye ni adjuma emre ye no operation boys e be operation ye yan numbers we dey adjuma o ba bia be ko bia numbers e protect o what ma say ono a hu sa na ba na o ani no numbers 200 o parliament o be din o ka son kutu anu kutu so na no sorry dollar so de ba no de ba no de ko chief of staff office no de ko go bibia no de ko go na Ghana tima ko denim wo ma number ne be ho a enkofo we be o pesa pass bibia o me bibi
eno de
wo mo padam mu de eche bibia NPP mpanifo no what ma say and they say what here ya fati ni tape bi ekwa around o six ka kufa do de mo be say 1 month ni no obi ade abro dai ma obi anfa nko and obi anya be nto mo lose election no na ska according crofo botom no obebobodin ade na ade so bobodin what ma say enti akonfo we ni cause of obo mo ko parliament ba katia mo ba bi obi ancha kese nkoma no no si afu abodwese no nyansa bi anhye renintu e ma na mi pole because obi so ni ti mo pass ni ti na say e bi nyansa nim ampare de say na so kwa ko ta kraguma na nkeye obi an no wawe ni e kaso na bo wawe akokra na obetu bro honorable warrior no number attending who to bro and one of the PF obiso ni mu on the way ni tifi ni
honorable batubulu
baby obi anja kese komo lose nice way amaye and this for semu montoto niema ye mu mama ni nya de mu fam nansi o amampani dada what dibida wo de bia na pe bibia fi anu o unya kase hey security officers amopu ayi na police obi anko fie na police for take over asa your mama yes so can you better adwuma no
okay
you ready
all right kojo ebo na motiene kaneti at 6:45 rather at 6:45 you are NDC headquarters na ya pick press conference from party no Trey for Pani is the chief executive officer of the party Fifi Fiavi Kwete Golden Fee na matise very urgent eti yebehwe na yede atum na afi so ye hu ha wa nema bisifa ko until say one be declare seats ni nyina no you are still here ye no mo edi dwumadie no ti ye ba sesi a me fa sanka fidie no
Ghana attention
ya pro kukuwa ni rangu mama sawo ya bon sawo amen tunyum ni bi mama jam oside 1 2 go oh the asempanabo 24 hour the victory of Mama. Mama, we are singing anthem on can. We see the victory of them. Hey, 1, 2, go! It's coming again, again, again. It's coming again. Rantimpole, ena, ano ene kera. For the moon can be on. Messi, Rantimpole, ena, ano ene kera. As a prr, sa prr. Hey, prr, sa prr. Aha, prr, sa prr. That's the final whistle. As a prr, sa prr. Okay, okay, come on. 1, 2, 3, go. Hihetiano. One more time. Hihetiano. Messi, Hihetiano. Dude, are you ready? Are you ready? 1, DJ, let's go! Come on! Hey! Hey! Come on! Messi Messi dançando se da mi firma como hey where are you my to after Saturday Messi Messi dançando aside hey Saúde de Nyanko pode kunim naba kasa masida nsado asida Ambara. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign.
Effort to help the nation to decide our own future. For the past 2 days, we've gone through this electioneering process. The process has delivered outcomes, and we take note of the concession speech delivered by His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And before the concession speech, the party put out the results as has been compiled through our own collation system. Fortunately, these results have not been contested by our main opponents, and they have heeded to our call to concede to defeat so that we can bring down the tension which has been rising in the nation. We thought that the competent Electoral Commission must have had their results now, because you have a commission which is a referee. The key players, the two key players, have produced our results, and you are to pronounce, and yet they seem to be feet dragging. And in our earlier press conference addressed by the National Communication Officer, we indicated how necessary it is for the Electoral Commission to stop the feet dragging so that the results can be announced, and then the tensions in the nation will come down. We believe that that is the way to secure peace. Unfortunately, we still are waiting on the Electoral Commission, and our agents countrywide are complaining because simply they do not understand the reason why the Electoral Commission is not announcing the obvious. Because of that, the youth of this country have started reacting. And I think that this is a very dangerous moment in the history of our country. In the weeks leading to the election, you all recollect that the National Peace Council plus other peace industry players came to our office here and demanded of us to sign a peace declaration. We put our cards on the table that peace cannot be guaranteed by the two participating political parties in the election, because you have other stakeholders whose responsibility is to maintain peace at each of the election theaters. And so if they do not commit themselves to conducting their duties fairly, the parties per se cannot guarantee peace. And we put our reasons for not signing the peace agreement forward. We demanded that justice be done in places where crimes had been committed during elections, some of which have been investigated, particularly the Ayawaso West Wogon case, and a report generated with recommendations for sanctions. And yet, nothing has happened to those perpetrators. And some of them, in the lead to the election, were bragging all over the place that NDC is going to win, but we will steal the vote. And if you joke, we kill you and nothing will happen. We brought all this to the attention of the National Peace Council. and ask them to actually get the government players to commit to the peace deal, and also put in place a naming and shaming scheme where they will be monitoring the conduct of all the signatories, so that when or if they find any of the signatories reneging on their commitment, then they can be named publicly and shamed, and we believe that that will force those actors to take the appropriate action. Throughout all this electioneering process, we have persistently been complaining about Electoral Commission's feet dragging in getting results announced. We have not heard the National Peace Council or anybody in the peace industry calling the Electoral Commission to fast-track their duty of collating and announcing results so that it brings peace in this country. As we speak to you, and earlier on, you were here when our National Communication Officer explained to you the outcomes as per our collation system. And they still are available for everybody to see. And the evidence is overwhelmingly clear. It is not as if the outcomes of the elections is that close that can generate any controversy. President John Dramani Mahama has secured a historical 56%, over 56% of the votes. And these figures are compilations from our copies of the Electoral Commission's pink sheets across the country. So if they have the originals and they have signed and given us copies of the originals they are holding, what prevents them from putting their own totals together and announcing? We told them that we are aware of government's connivance with the Electoral Commission to delay the declaration of results so that agitations will start and then the military will be unleashed to shoot and kill innocent citizens. We made this thing clear to the National Peace Council. So one would have thought that if the National Peace Council is actually interested in peace, and they have, as a matter of fact, that the two key political parties have all declared results that are consistent in a certain direction, they ought to call out the Electoral Commission to live by the commitments they have signed to. I felt disappointed when a deputy chairperson of the commission addressed a press conference virtually indicating that nobody can pressurize them to declare elections and so on. So they should come and tell us if they have any challenges that is impeding the expedition of the collations and declaration. The nation ought to know. But keeping the nation, in a situation where nobody knows what is happening, interested parties are bound to react. In fact, I have been called upon by the National Peace Council to speak to the youth of my party to remain calm. And I have responded that I have done that before 4 years ago. And they remained calm and they were cheated. And nothing happened. So the only way I can call on the youth of my party and of this country
for winning the presidential election based on their own internal coalition. Now, what we need is for the Electoral Commission, which has the mandate to declare him, to go ahead and do that. Now, that is where we are now. We are struggling to get the Electoral Commission to do that. The Electoral Commission says, in fact, Madam Nyamensah addressed the press where she reminded us of the processes they have to go through. Now, most of the polling stations are done. They've sent it to the collation centers, and most collation centers have actually finished collating. There are a few places where, to be very frank, there has to be a whole conflict resolution mechanism put in place for those places to finish collating. Damongo is one. In fact, there's been even burning of buildings involved. And then there's also Dome Kwabena that was supposed to have been done and settled. The MPP was pussyfooting, then it turned chaotic. So now that whole process is on hold. The NDC is appealing to the Electoral Commission to go ahead without a new patriotic party, that they do not need a new patriotic party to collate the results and declare. Then there is Okaikwe Central. As we speak, both Baba Sadiq and MP Buama, the Honorable Buama, who is the current MP, are both MP select. They have both congratulated themselves and said thank you to their supporters. So as we speak, Okaikwe Central has 2 MP selects. That's a challenge in Okaikwe Central. Honorable Buama says he is the one who has been duly elected based on the collation. Then there is Baba Sadiq, who says, based on the record, clearly, he is the MP elect. So both the NDC parliamentary candidate and MPP parliamentary candidate are congratulating themselves. People, depending on where you are, everybody's congratulating somebody. So that is another issue that needs to be dealt with. Ablekuma North, still collation is not done. You just listen to Patrick Asford Wejagbawe. Collation is a problem. Now, a couple of those seats, Ablekuma Okaikwe Central. I also talked about Damongo was declared for the National Democratic Congress. Ablekuma Central, Okaikwe Central also is one that the NDC was watching closely because they said they are not finished collation, but they know that they were close to victory. Then there's Dome Kwabena. So that one was declared long time ago for the National Democratic Congress. How it is still something that's outstanding is another issue. Then there's a Utu Senya West. Very interesting scenes there. In fact, the NDC has won that seat, retained that seat, and has won the presidency. Utu Senya East, you know what has happened. Well, so we'll be getting updates on that. But like the national chairman of the NEC says, you do not need all seats to be declared, all collation to be finished. You do not need to get all results to declare who should be president of the Republic for the next 4 years. Like I said, we are waiting for the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress to address that press conference. Fifi Mpari from the NDC UK Ireland chapter has kept us company throughout the day. Fifi, welcome back.
Thank you.
Yes. Of course, when he came, he started from here. He went round. And are you surprised at some of these things that collation is now becoming a problem in places that it is clear? In most cases, the MPP does not even challenge it, that the NDC has won.
I'm pretty surprised. I think the EC she did the needful. Look, I've always said this, and the very place that we went and copied the template of democracy. And we came and we doing our best in this Fourth Republic. We practicing it. Even as we speak, when they do have general elections, they don't get all their collation done before they pronounce. We just saw this in the U.S. Election, general election. There were 3 states that took 3 days or so before they had all the numbers and the figures across.
Okay.
But Donald Trump was pronounced.
Okay.
And this is what we look, it's done. It's a done deal. We know it. You have the figures. Just pronounce the figures. This is unnecessary tension. It can spin out of control. Is that what we're looking for? And the sad part is, the more they keep these figures to themselves and they don't come out and declare it, people who are looking for violence take advantage of it. In this pocket of constituencies that have slight issues. And it turns out to be something else. And we're not looking for this. We're not looking for this. The Electoral Commission, right from day one, it seems like it hurts them to come and say or declare the NDC and John Dramani Mahama the winners. That's how it feels.
Like it does what? It hurts them.
It hurts, yeah. It's painful for them to come out and pronounce such. That's how, to me, I see it.
But that's basically their job. And they're supposed to be impartial arbiters in the whole process.
Are we surprised what has been their jobs? So many things have gone wrong, and we are the very people that have banged on their doors and rectified many of these processes till yesterday. There are so many of them. How many years now? I think 2-3 years. We've been raising alarms on various things, which, if these things have gone unnotified, we, the NDC, will have been in disadvantage. And we've gotten to the point that just come out, pick up the microphone, and pronounce. We shouldn't forget this. 2020, they did the same thing.
Okay.
They did the same thing, 2020. And then last minute, they sent Nunu out of the collation center to go and deliver a message. And then they pronounced they declared the NPP winners. This time round, thankfully, the numbers are overwhelming. Yes, somebody was telling me Obi Akademu, you know. And if Obi Akademu and the NPP has come out themselves and conceded, what are you waiting for? It's unnecessary tension. We don't need this.
The challenge, according to them, is that as we speak now, they do have only the Ahafo result. As at the last time the AC chairperson was speaking, they only had the Ahafo regional results. So it's difficult for them to declare this time. They have to go through the painstaking process of going through every result from every region before declaring.
I thought they only have Ahafo out of all the regions.
Yes. As at the last time she was addressing the press.
Wow. Electoral Commission?
Yes, that's what they said.
Then they weren't collating as of from yesterday then. If Electoral Commission is telling us they only have one region out of all the regions, at the time she was speaking, then I'm really worried.
You think they should have more?
They're sleeping on the job, Sana. These people are sleeping on the job. They should have, if the parties, as we speak, have almost all the regions, or they have all the regions with the exception of few polling stations, which we have issues to do with parliamentary. That is even nothing to do with presidential. Then the referee of the election itself is telling us they only have one region. Then we should be worried. We should be worried as a country. The people that we put in charge are not doing their work.
But is it not also because of the processes you have in place? You as a party, once the elections are declared at a polling station, you usually build systems where those polling station results go directly into those systems, and as the results come in, they are tallied, and then you are able to get the exact figures which you got and know what your opponent also got. But they have to go through the process of do polling station, take it to the collation centers, make sure the parties approve of it, then move from the collation centers to the regional centers, and then from the regional collation centers, they move it to the national. That is a much more layered process than you do. So is it not understandable?
It's absolutely much more layered process. But they even have technology that helps them. You see, this thumbprinting that was introduced before you go in, you thumbprint it, and then the system picks you up, accepted, and they're picking up that information straight away from their head office. So you have figures. It shouldn't take you this long for you to compile things together. They know what is going on. The parties even go through a tally card where you just have to take, which is a lot more painstaking process. And then at the end of it, you then have to do your calculations, go through the pink sheet, check your rejected ballots, or if there are any foreign materials, or if there are any spoiled ballots. That is a lot more work for the parties, for them to do, and then fill up all this form. Having said that, as they've been doing this, they're working with electoral officers. So we all have the same information at the same time. Even by the time we start going through all this tally, Electoral Commission have already picked up every single polling station, the number of voters who attended. They have it because of the new fingerprint systems. We don't even use this system in the West. In United Kingdom, they don't even use this system. But yes, still, they have their figures. And another thing I was telling somebody, maybe we need to start working in a way that, in the West, election, just bringing out the result, is they put some kind of incentives in there. So there is this kind of a challenge to see which region will be able to bring their results first. So there is this kind of incentives that every region is trying to be first, and they compete and they bring in the boxes in, and then that region is declared first this year. The following year, somebody want to beat you from your position. It incentivizes the regions for them to actually speed up the process and bring things out quicker. Maybe we might have to start looking at how the West does it, and it becomes more of a fun, and at the same time it speeds up the processes than we just sitting there and giving conferences, having speeches and doing press conferences and saying, oh, nobody can force us to bring it. Sometimes it's some of the words that come from Boss Manasari and Jen Mensah is pretty worrying. But look, we've gotten to a point that when we get to that bridge, we will cross it. Yeah, she's like the school madam with the whip, Jen Mensah.
Well, okay. So we've got an indication that we'll take you shortly to the headquarters. Okay, this is the New Patriotic Party, rather. So let's go and listen to the New Patriotic Party. A press conference being addressed by the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party.
Party has conceded defeat within 14 hours after the close of polls. This unprecedented development confirms yet again the NPP's commitment to entrenching democracy and safeguarding the stability of our dear country. I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. The party also used this opportunity to commend our presidential candidate, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, its running mate, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh, for leading the party's campaign. The party also commends the spouses of the flag bearer and the running mate, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, former President John Ajekun Kufuor, Chairman of our national campaign team, Mr. Honorable Dan Botwe, officers and members of the party across the country for their tireless efforts that they put in prosecuting the electioneering campaign. However, the MPP has, with great concern, taken notice of the violent conduct of the NDC tax at some of the constituencies' collation centers, i.e., Damango, Ablekuma North, Techiman South, Aworin, Obuasi East, Insawam, Adojiri, Fantiakwa North, Ahafano North, Ahafano South East, Ahafano Southwest, Akwetia, Trobo, Obuasi East, and Tema Central. Indeed, data that made our flag bearer to concede this morning shows clearly that the MPP has won the constituencies I've mentioned. But the NDC, knowing very well that they have lost these seats to the MPP, are unwilling to accept their fate and are desperately seeking to compel the EC to do their bidding. We vehemently condemn these attacks and are serving notice that we shall resist every attempt to tamper with the results of the parliamentary elections in these constituencies. I call on the IGP, Mr. Dampare. Mr. IGP, you made a promise to political parties in 2 different occasions when we met you at your office, and your words were unambiguous that you will see to it that we have a free, fair, and transparent election. Mr. IGP, we believe you have seen what is happening at the various coalition centers, and as a political party, the New Patriotic Party, we are calling on you to maintain law and order at the various coalition centers. We must ensure that the rights and safety of all our citizens are protected. We must not allow illegal looting and intimidation of our citizens. And I call on the leadership of the NDC to call its supporters to order and condemn these unnecessary acts of violence. Ladies and gentlemen, because we deal with data, I will this juncture let you know the figures that we have collated from the constituencies that I've mentioned. For Damango, out of the 93 polling stations, 91 were collated, and our candidate, Honorable Abu Napo, was leading by 1,802. In fact, even if we add the 2 remaining polling stations all to NDC, our candidate would have still won. For Afano Southwest, we won by 677. For Fantiakwa North, we won by 452. For Trobo constituency, we won by 8,900. For Akwetia, we won by 2,038. For Obuasi East, we won by 28 votes. For Ablekuma, we won with 400 votes. For Techiman South, we won with 3,176 votes. And Tema Central, we won by 55 votes. So these are the figures that we have from these constituencies that I've mentioned. And once again, I call on the leadership of the NDC, Your Excellency, former President and President-elect, please, you have made this country in a peaceful manner. We conceded without even causing any chaos. for the sake of the peace and stability in our country, for the sake of the properties of several individuals in this country, for the sanctity of the work that the Electoral Commission is doing, please call on your members to allow the Electoral Commission to do their work. Violence should not have a place in our electoral processes. As a country, we have come far from 1992 when we decided to go into multi-party democracy. Over 32 years, we have had a very successful election. Please don't let these acts by the tax in your party mar the beauty of the 2024 elections. Thank you very much.
Well, so that's the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, the Justin Kodua Frimpong. Now, he's saying that there are some seats where there are issues. He said there are thugs from the National Democratic Congress who have disrupted coalition, among others, making it difficult for those seats to be declared for them. One of them he mentioned is Damongo. Damongo, he said, as at the time they were collating, they collated, I think, about 90 polling stations. And when they did the collation, Abu Jinapor was over 1,000 votes ahead. And so there was no way Honorable Tawakilu was going to catch up with him. So they have won that particular polling station. Ablekuma North, they said they have won by 55 votes. No, Ablekuma North is over 500 votes. There's, I think Obuasi is. So a couple of constituencies he mentioned, but a few constituencies that are missing: Okakwe Central, Domiko Abenya, not mentioned, Wejagbawe, not mentioned as places that they've won, that the NDC is holding them to ransom. So that is, those are some of the things. And they are asking the NDC flag bearer to call their supporters to order so that those places can be declared for the New Patriotic Party. Vivi, you listen to him. What do you think?
At this time, he's throwing figures about. Okay, look, we don't trust the MPP, and we've always said this for the past 4 or 8 years. You trust the MPP, you trust the MPP at your own risk. We have never trusted them. Yes, they might have come out to concede in terms of presidential. They know this was a sweep. I said this, that this election might extinct the NPP. I personally believe that they have realized the disgrace, the bad work that they've done, and how Ghanaians are punishing them. For that reason, they're trying to save themselves by having a spine and arguing on some of these seats to ensure that maybe the NDC will cave in for them to get those seats and have come to Parliament to come and do business. But look, they've lost a lot of seats. They just have to concede it. They just have to go. They've done enough damage to this country for the past 8 years. Ghanaians don't need the last minute shenanigans that they are exhibiting. They should just leave and live in peace. That is all. If there's anybody, as Justin Kodua is calling on His Excellency President-elect John Dramani Mahama to rather call on his fan base and his grassroots and the supporters of the NDC, I think they should rather call on their fan base and their supporters of the MPP and say, look, we've done enough damage to this country. The last thing we want to do is to inflict this kind of conflict again. So let's live in peace.
But he says they've won those seats, and your supporters are in the way of the declaration of those seats in favor of them.
That is his statement. I don't believe a word these people speak from day one. Look, what haven't they said ever since they took over this country? What haven't they said from 2016 to today? They've lied and lied and lied. They've lied through their teeth till yesterday when Ghanaians went to the polls and showed them the finger and said, "Bugger off, we've had enough of you, you've run out of road." And today, they're playing the same games again. We know them. This is what they're good at. The stack of ballot papers and what have you, that if they had their way, these papers, which are foreign materials, would have been somehow found its way into our ballot boxes for them to do a damage to this country again. So they've been found out. They've been found out. And to me, it's even disgraceful for them to come out and challenge some of these things. It's very disgraceful. Personally, they should just walk. Yes, they should just walk.
Well, a few things. This is Mr. Frank Goka who says, Senna, incentivizing the collection is a laudable idea. However, what is happening now is a deliberate intent to delay the process. He says, good proposal from you, but it won't solve the problem that we face now because he feels that this is deliberate. Well, let me go back to, this is the chairperson of the Electoral Commission explaining away the delay.
On behalf of the Commission, we thank you very much for your time. We believe that in the next few hours, we are hopeful that the results will start trickling in. And if it becomes necessary to hold another press conference, we will do so. But to the citizens of Ghana, we ask that you exercise some patience. So transparent has been the process, and I believe that, I think right from the first few hours after the opening of the polls to date, we have held, this is the 8th press conference that we have held as part of the 2024 election. Indeed, prior to this time, the Commission held only one press briefing, and that was when the results were going to be announced. We believe that even in the next couple of hours, you would walk with us, you would journey with us on the journey of transparency, accountability, responsiveness, and inclusiveness as we receive the results that will come in from the regions. We assure the citizens that we will work hard in their interest as our key stakeholders to ensure that every vote that is cast at the polling station counts. Well, thank you so much for your attention this afternoon. And may God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make his beloved nation great and strong. Thank you very much.
In fact, I'm trying to get a portion of the statement where she is talking about what they've gotten, the record they have so far. Let's take it a bit back.
We have walked the walk of accountability. We have walked the walk of responsiveness, and we have walked the walk of inclusiveness. And this has been evident from the very start of our electoral calendar, that is in the preparation of the voters' register to date. I think that the evidence is clear. The matter speaks for itself, as my colleagues in law would state. And the transparent manner in which we have conducted ourselves has ensured that this election has been peaceful, it has been credible, it has been fair, and it has been acceptable by all stakeholders. So we'd like to assure you and assure all the people of Ghana that it is the will of the people as expressed at the polls that has been reflected on the pink sheets that will travel from the polling station to the constituency, to the region, and to the National Collation Center that will be declared at the end of the day. It is the people's choice as President of the Republic of Ghana that will be announced, and we believe, so help us God. Yes. So on behalf of the Commission, we thank you very much for your time. We believe that in the next few hours, we are hopeful that the results will start trickling in. And if it becomes necessary to hold another press conference, we will do so. But to the citizens of Ghana, we ask that you exercise some patience. So transparent has been the process, and I believe that, I think right from the first few hours after the opening of the polls to date, we have held, this is the 8th press conference that we have held as part of the 2024 election. Indeed, prior to this time, the Commission held only one press briefing, and that was when the results were going to be announced. We believe that even in the next couple of hours, you would walk with us, you would journey with us on the journey of transparency, accountability, responsiveness, and inclusiveness as we receive the results that will come in from the regions. We assure the citizens that we will work hard in their interest as our key stakeholders to ensure that every vote that is cast at the polling station counts. Well, thank you so much for your attention this afternoon, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make his beloved nation great and strong. Thank you very much.
And then I think she went on to say they only had Ahafo results as we speak. That was a few hours ago when she addressed the press. That's about 2 hours ago, 2 to 3 hours ago when she addressed the press. So 2 hours ago when she addressed the press, and perhaps maybe they've gotten a bit more, because in many parts of Ghana, most regions have finished their collation at the constituency level. We believe that they may have taken it to the regional collation level and done that and send them. I usually don't understand why they've introduced the regional collation structure, because that only delays the results further. Because if we're taking it straight from the constituency, she would have had majority of constituency results with her by now. So the delay is actually unnecessary. That structure only wastes a lot of time, delays it furthermore. I don't know how that helps. That is Jean Mensah, who is chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Ghana. Of course, I still have in studio with me Fifi Mbari, who is of the UK and Ireland chapter, a deputy communications officer of the party there. Well, there's one thing that is clear, Fifi, that no matter how long it takes, there's only one winner, and even the MPP has accepted that. They just said that in that press conference again, that they have admitted that former President Mahama has won the election.
That's correct. There is absolutely one winner. But my worry is if you come out and tell Ghanaians that couple of hours, to me, couple means two. Maybe couple means a lot more to her. In other words, within 2 hours, you will have people should exercise patience, and you will have all the information for them. And it's 3 hours now. Nothing is forthcoming. This is the kind of deception, and this is what brings the tension, because you're promising Ghanaians. You said couple of hours. It came from you. And the reason why there's so much tension, we've experienced this 4 years ago, where different figures were given out. She came with one figure, that figure was taken. She came with another figure. She changed the figures about 3 or 4 times to declare the MPP winners. And people are, for that reason, people are very kind of paranoid. What is she up to? What is she going to say next? What is she, you see, and this doesn't help. It creates tension. It creates tension. And these things have been caused by her, Jean Mensah. These things have been caused by her. I wish none of this is happening. But she said, couple, we are now in the 3rd hour. Let's see what she comes back and say again. But knowing her, those figures and those promises will keep changing. But let's see. But as you said, there's only one winner, and that winner is His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the NDC in terms of presidential, and in terms of parliamentary as well. Everybody knows we just sweeping them off. And that is where my worry is. They know the brooms are out to sweep them off. And for that reason, they will create these unnecessary delays and tension, and it becomes a big issue across the country. Because once tensions start at one place, before you realize, it's like wildfire. It becomes inferno. It just goes across. And this is what we don't want as Ghanaians. Ghanaians have turned out, they've gone, they've voted, they've policed their ballot boxes. They want to see the counting, their hard work.
Wait, give me a moment. This is a declaration from Ewutu Senya East. We know who has won, but
886 total valid vote. 96,4 524. Rejected ballot 3,507. Total vote cast 100,123. By the power vested in me by the Constitution of Ghana and the CI 127, I, the returning officer, declare Phyllis Okuno the MP elect.
Well, it's been quite a tussle for Phyllis. To be very frank, one of the things she did, if you go back to her Facebook page yesterday, she wrote on her Facebook page that there was she was the target, that there was an assassination attempt on her, and in the process, 2 of her aides or bodyguards were shot dead. 2 were killed yesterday, and that's according to Phyllis Nakoyo Okuno, who was there when it happened. 2 were shot dead. Now, she didn't even drop the ball after that. She still stayed vigilant, still returned to the collation center, made sure the votes were counted, and votes were counted and with fidelity. At the end of the day, she was declared winner of the elections. In fact, if you're just watching her, you see some smile on her face. I wonder how she masters that smile. But those are very sad events from Ewutu Senya East. Yes, great victory for her, but mixed feelings about how she got there.
Absolutely mixed feelings. These are some of the things that all of us were praying it shouldn't have happened in this election. People who have been by your side, protected you, taking you through all your campaign till now. You've been declared a winner, and they are not there to witness it. They're not there to celebrate with you, and they have families too. You know, these are some of the things that it shouldn't have happened. We all know the ordeal that she went through, where at a point she was even arrested for possession of gun, yes, and what have you. But these guns this gun particular was registered, but there was a mistake in the name as it was written out, and it took the NPP ranking file to be able to get her out. So they've done everything possible to try and disadvantage her. But look, thankfully, she has come out victorious. Bless her. It's a sad moment. We don't want any of such news, but unfortunately, 2 people gone because of election. It's terrible.
In fact, your party has consistently talked about, but first let me talk about the victory particularly for your party. It's a seat that you've been chasing for some time, the Ewutu Senya East seat. Last election year, you thought you were close to securing it. This year, you secured it. This must be great news for the party.
It's a massive news for the party, and to me, it's a great news for the locals as well, because these locals have really suffered in the hands of other people. How they to me is the insult of we will give you oil and thinking that you come and vote for us, and the insult of,
you've seen the oil.
Oh yes, I saw the videos, the cooking oil. You know, these are the big insults, and this time around, Ghanaians are they are telling.
And give me a moment. Let's listen to what she's saying in her victory speech. Well, we'll try and get that voice for you. That is the MP elect for Ewutu Senya East, Nakoyo Okuno. Congratulations to her. You were just talking about what happened in Kasa.
Yes, there's been a lot. All of us know there's been a lot of commotion in that area prior to the final day of election, and personally, it shouldn't be at all. The oil that has gone around to try and buy voters and what have you, I'm happy that the people have taken the oil, and I believe they've done nice cooking with it. Some have prepared jollof with it, but yes, so they put their wisdom caps on, and they've gone out and they said, look, these oils are not going to, they're not going to be in our houses forever. They're not going to run through our kitchen forever. For that reason, we actually not going to vote for the oil distributors, but rather we will vote for somebody who could bring development, somebody who cares for the indigenous over there. And I'm happy they've taken that decision. Bless her, and congratulations to her. Amazing young lady, and I believe she'll do good for the party, and she'll do very good for the locals there, and she'll do very good for Ghana as well. She should stay humble. She should be a great listener and serve his locals in Awutu Senya. And I believe if she does the right thing, she gets the fundamentals right. I'm sounding like Baumiana, gosh. She gets the fundamentals right at Awutu Senya. I believe she'll go a long way. Yeah. Another thing I realize is we make noise, we prepare ourselves, we go through all the hassle to go and vote. Yes, though, you could see the number of rejected ballots. These are a lot, and it's something that maybe we might have to work on. This was over 3,000 in just one constituency. That is a lot. So that is the number of people who have turned out, 3,000 in one local constituency, and they have just thrown away their vote. It's unbelievable.
Well, quite interesting. But there's one issue, but one other issue when it comes to what happened in Kasua, because you're talking about 2 people gunned down in the last elections. There were gunshots at was it the registration center or polling center, one of them, and questions were asked. The MP said she did it. Nothing happened to her. In the last 2020 elections, 8 people were killed. Nothing happened. The U.S. ambassador is asking for justice. That justice should be, at least the people who were killed should get justice. Does this present a golden opportunity to you? Because you've been critical of the fact that this government has acted and done nothing about the lives that were lost as a result of the elections.
I think it does. And to me, whether there's been current killings or yesterday killing, whether it happened or not, crime has no expiring date. Crime has no expiring date. If you kill somebody, if you commit a crime, crime is a crime. It doesn't matter how long it takes. If the current government decides or decided not to do anything about it, don't forget, you're not going to be in power forever. You know? And as soon as government changes, the next government will do something about it. This morning, when we were having a conversation, I did mention these are some of the things that we expect the NDC coming into power should not sit there and say, oh, some of these promises, yes, we promised them, we said to Ghanaians we will do this, but let's scale down or scale back on it. It should not happen. They should go all out. They should get the perpetrators of such crimes and let them face the full force of the law, punishable by law when found guilty, by the way. So I believe the NDC will resurrect or will push for a lot of such atrocities that happen to be resurrected so that we can get these perpetrators and punished.
Awutu Senya East down, a few more to go. Like I said, I keep naming them. Dominic Obinya, we thought was a done deal. In fact, the MPP itself, if you listen to the candidate, Michael Kwe Jr., he's not confidently laying claim to the seats. you can hear him not saying that I have won. In fact, he says, why were they not giving? In fact, he even claims that the NDC took away their pink sheets. So that is one of the places where things need to be done and settled immediately. That's one. I've also mentioned Ablekuma North, where things also need to be dealt with Dweja Agbawe. There's also, of course, I said Okaikwe Central, everybody's congratulating himself. I think I can even join in the party and say that congratulations to Senator Nombo for being elected as the parliamentary candidate for Okaikwe Central. But quite interesting, that matter needs to be resolved and resolved urgently. Yeah. Wherever the differences, wherever the challenges, we need to find it and decide and declare who is the true winner of the Okaikwe Central parliamentary race. That is important. That is important. So those are just some of the... and a few people have also been sharing their thoughts on the issue of the delay in the results. A friend of mine says, it seems she's still in 1968. She comes to tell us that the elections are declared in 72 hours, and she has only one complete result in 23 hours. This one is a complete joke. That is coming from my friend who seems offended by the press conference that was addressed by Jean Mensah, who is chairperson of the Electoral Commission. And then this one is from Albert Badago II, who says the delay is not about the presidential result. It is aimed at preventing NDC from getting 2/3 majority in Parliament. And I think that there has been that theory that's what they are trying to do. If we can push past a certain number of votes, it looks like at this point, if you look at the total number of votes by internal tally of the NDC that they are supposed to have gotten, that they didn't deny initially, they would have been maybe less than 1/3 of the total number of votes in Parliament currently. What that would mean is the NDC will have a commanding majority of at least 2/3 of the votes, 2/3 of the seats in Parliament. That gives them the power to do whatever they please, if they feel like doing that. So that is a major issue that I think the NPP is trying to now address in the few hours to come. But I don't think they will have so much luck based on the way the NDC is reacting in the various constituencies. Their supporters are turning up, and sometimes not even supporters, constituents are turning up and insisting that the right things are done. It is what has ensured that the route to Senya East constituency went to where it was supposed to go to. It is what is ensured that Ablekuma West went to where it was supposed to go to. And of course, it is what is insisting that Dominic Kwabena is declared for who won it. That is the National Democratic Congress, by the way. Anyway, so that is also happening. So, and Fifi, and I guess you heard your national chairman say that he can do what the Peace Council is asking him to do. The Peace Council is asking him to call off these supporters who are turning up, insisting that the right things are done. He says, I won't survive it. And the last time I did it, something else happened. You cheated us. And you said nothing. You in the Peace Council said absolutely nothing about it. What do you make of what the stance of your national chairman? You agree with him?
He is absolutely spot on. I'm more than agreeing with him. More than agreeing with him. He is absolutely spot on. Because the last time you detected to him, and he kind of picked up your advice and went and instructed the fan base to do exactly what you have asked for, the party ended up being cheated. And for that reason, he's not going to do that. And then what has the Peace Council been all these while? Was there been issues upon issues that we've been calling them, asking them, step in, speak out. Let's make sure we iron some of these things. Let's talk it through, jaw it, to make sure we have a process that is free, fair, and peaceful. And they've been quiet on for God knows how many years. Suddenly, they've seen troubles. They're talking about properties. Really? Properties? I think our chairman, Johnson Nketia, he's an amazing chairman. And I would say, look, kudos to him, bless him we will stay on our feet. We will make sure we are not condoning violence, but what we are condoning is make sure you are not cheated, and we will not sit there to be cheated. The NPP knows, and then they really knows that they have lost this, and we are going to have majority of 2/3 in Parliament where we can form quorum and do business without them. Hence, they are doing all these and playing these shenanigans. But to me, it should not actually put us off. My simple message to anybody listening to us who are in these low caste to say, be on your feet, be on your guard, keep an eye open, and ensure that you are not cheated. Although I'm not going to condone violence. Violence shouldn't be the thing. But let's all make sure we are vigilant. If it needs recounting, let's do recounting. And then let's ensure that we get the numbers that we need. And look, well done to the NDC base, the grassroots, and they've been amazing. Yesterday, I was part of the Eastern New Dublin South. New Dublin South team that went about monitoring. And then we ended up actually monitoring a lot of Eastern region, because the person that I was with, he's a national officer working within the Eastern region. So we were in Adesu, in Sawan prisons. We went to places like Fotobi. There is a place called Fotobi around where another Domprey lost. And when we got to Fotobi, there were a lot of crowd with tensions. And we went in and we realized that one of the prison officers who was there as a deployed officer has been put in somewhere with gas. And we asked, the story was pretty simple. He was actually directing other elderly women and men to vote number 1, even if they want to do otherwise. He said, no, put it on number 1. And then other people saw it.
A presiding officer.
Yes.
Directing elderly
to vote number 1.
To vote number 1.
Number 1, yes. He's a prison officer who was deployed as part of the security for the place.
So he was a security there.
Security of the place, yeah. And the crowd, they were ready to lynch him. It took the intervention of some of us there to speak, and the crowd were so aggressive, and the tension there, and they called for him to be removed. They called for him to be removed. We have to actually calm them, and then we said to him, look, for your safety, let's ensure that you will be taken away from here. And that was what happened. And to me, I give it to these guys. I'm not condoning violence, as I said, but how they've been vigilant on the ground, making sure they protect the votes. They protect the votes that goes into the NDC. Is amazing. And guess what? That young gentleman there, the MP we saw there, he's the one who toppled another play.
Yeah. Okay. Really?
Yes.
I see. Interesting. So, in case you haven't heard, another is down. He's the NPP caucus whip. Another is down. So, he has lost his seat to the National Democratic Congress parliamentary candidate. There's also Katie Hammond, who has also lost his seat. Now, there was always concern that lawyer Andy Appiah Kubi was going to lose his seat to an independent candidate. Yes, those concerns were germane. He actually did lose the seat to the independent candidate. And we also understand in Afram Plains North, the NDC has also lost that seat to an independent candidate. So there are many places, but I say there's a lot of history that has been made in these elections. So German, first MP to have got 3 consecutive terms. He was the first to do 2 terms. He will be the first to do 3 terms. So congratulations to him. In fact, when he did the first 2, we were all surprised and we thought he couldn't pull off 3. Yes. And we also have the same thing with Benayiku of Lejokuku, will be the first MP in Lejokuku in a while to have done 2 consecutive terms, to have actually won primaries and retained the seat. And then there's also the same with Adenta Mohammed Ramadan, who actually became the first MP to have won primaries on the NDC ticket in Adenta, and then go ahead to win, to retain the seat. So quite interesting in Adenta. So there's a couple of some history being made here. Well, we'll take you to Kasua shortly because we do have on the line someone who is on the ground as we speak. Evans is on the ground. Evans witnessed everything that happened. Evans, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, please.
Good evening, Evans.
Yeah, I'm at Ewuchi is now, and they just declared the winner of the 2024 election as a parliamentary candidate for 2024 election. And Honorable Awa Kumse got 45,638. And then Honorable Koyo also got 58,886. Yeah, that is how the listen. But since there is a pressure over here, and because the people of Kaswa, they have made their mind, but it seems like the CC is delaying. So instead of them to do the presidential first before the parliamentary, and they do the presidential, they started doing the presidential, but then CC elect, that is Honorable Koyo came in and they stopped them to stop the presidential because how the pressure is here, and people are forcing, even the police, the security are able to control them more, but the way things are, so they ask the commander asked them to do the parliamentary so that the pressure will come down for them. So it's like they rush and then do the parliamentary own. So as now, they are now doing the presidential own now. But what happened after they declared this thing? The people spoiled all the EC ballot boxes and the things. They have spread everything, and that is very bad for now. But I hope.
You're saying that after the parliamentary declaration,
yeah,
the ballot boxes
after
were...
the declaration, yeah, the people spoiled all the ballot boxes over here, and then even spread all the ballot papers around, and it's very bad.
I see.
It's very bad.
I see.
It's very bad. But what
is there no security there? Because I understand that it's even the forecourt of the...
the crowd, even the security, they did well. They did very well. Because as now, even the people over here, it's like all Kaswa town all are here. And then they are controlling. Because of that, that's why the commander come in to let them declare the parliamentary first before doing the presidential. Because the people are forced. Even some of them are trying to even come inside the collection center. Because they are doing the plain place, and then we are inside at the top. But the people are forcing to come in. And that's the things. As at now, though they have declared everything, the people have left, but the security, they are able to control some of them. We are many than the policemen. So they have did well, but it's not easy to control the crowd. The crowd is too much for the security officers. They even inform reinforcement to come and support them, but it's too much. And then after the decision, the main thing is the supposed to do. They have to park the thing at the back, but the park is around the people, where the people are living. So after the decision, when they declared everything, they just wanted to do something, and then people started. When the small people started the thing first, before you realize, all of them started clearing everything, spreading the papers around, breaking the ballot boxes. So that's how things went on now. So though they have this, but it will be a cost to we the Ghanaians, because our taxpayers' money will be used to buy another one for next election.
And now you said the presidential is now being done. Are they doing sorting or counting? What are they doing?
Now they are
okay. Are they tallying?
They are compiling the presidential elections now.
Okay, so they are now adding up the numbers.
Yeah, they are adding up numbers.
Let me ask you. I saw the parliamentary candidate there. Is the parliamentary candidate staying for the collation of the presidential election results, Oh, she's gone.
Can I? She's gone, but the people are here. The executives are here waiting to see what will go on before leaving.
I see.
Well, as first the parliamentary candidate was here, she wanted to wait for them to finish, but she was here, and the people are waiting. If she won't come out, they won't go. And they asked the things are happening here, and then the commander said then the people also move. That's why she left.
So when she moved, they followed her.
They all follow. Now, none of them are here. He said only the executives and the election directors are here to compile the presidential results.
What did she say after she was declared?
Yeah, she said now Kaswa is free. Development will start from January. And then he promised them everything that they need, she will deliver for them. So it's like they are under something. But now they have come out with a victory that will bring them development to the Sanya East constituency. So she assured them they should expect more things from January.
Did she mention the two gentlemen who she said were working with her who were shot?
Yeah, that's what we came here after the some of the police stations declared this thing. So we came here. So we are here when they inform us what happened. Like the people, even not around their house, the thing happened. So they were in the car and they shot the car, through the car, and then they got 2 people. Even one of them I've been burying today, but he's a Muslim.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Evans.
You're welcome.
Evans is at the Ewutu Senya East constituency, where Nakoyo Kuno was just declared as parliamentary member of parliament elect. Like I said, what has happened from the election day through to her declaration are very sad scenes. Even after she was declared, Evans said people to celebrate, their celebration was to basically destroy every ballot box they saw, take out the contents, and just spread it all over the place. So, but he also says it was like as if the entire Kaswa town had converged on the area where the collation was being done. So very interesting scenes there, but that is settled. The Ewutu Senya East matter is settled, and they are now doing the presidential. Usually they will do the presidential before the parliamentary, but they say the police commander looked at the situation and said, no, do the parliamentary. Once you do the parliamentary and Nakoyo leaves the area, they will all follow her. And that was exactly what happened, just that they did some damage before they left, but they said they are no longer there. And of course, there is the agents and the EC that are left that are doing the collation of the presidential results. Vivi, what do you think?
It's interesting development from that area. I get it, you see, and this is what I always say to people. It doesn't matter what the situation is. Make sure that you're not overexcited, because rush of blood to the brain could always lead to scenes like what is being described to us, and that is the last thing that all of us here wants to hear or we want to say. It's one of those, I think, in elections, there are few pocket places that such will happen. The most important thing is, whoever is there as the security agent or the police commander, he had his wisdom cap on and a security cap on. He did the best thing by declaring the parliamentary first to make sure that they will be able to quench or get rid of the crowd that was there. That was a very good move, and kudos to him or her.
Well, in the meantime, earlier in the day, the NDC actually held a press conference that was addressed this time around by the National Communications Officer of the party, and he's been talking about their own internal calculations. But it is those calculations that led to him calling on Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to come out and concede, because they know that they had been overwhelmingly beaten they had been beaten badly. Because he's saying that their projections is that they should get as much as 185 seats in parliament, which is huge, unprecedented. Yeah. In fact, in Greater Accra, they say they might get 30 out of 34. So only 4 for the New Patriotic Party. Some even further indicated that in the Eastern region, they are doing 10 out of 33. Mm-hmm. In Central, they are looking at 18 out of 23 in Central. Central region is usually seen as a swing region, 18 out of 23. In Western, they are looking at 15 out of 17. 15 out of 17. In fact, the MPP has only been left with Takoradi and Ifia, those 2 places. In the Western North, 8 out of 9. So only 1. They've lost only 1. Then in Bono East, they're saying they are doing 11 out of 11. The 11 out of 11 includes Techiman South, which the MPP is now laying claim to that they've won. If you listen to their press conference, they are claiming that they've won Techiman South. But the NDC also says they've won Techiman South. That makes it 11 out of 11 in Bono East. And then there was also the fact that they have taken Nsawam and Duajiri. They talk about a Franklin North situation. And of course, they are also looking at a target of, I think, somewhere around 56% of the total votes for the presidential. That is the press conference that was addressed by Sammy Gyamfi. A clean sweep for you, the National Democratic Congress. What did the trick? What did you say to the people? Or were the people just so angry you became the beneficiaries of the anger of the people?
There is a quote in Machiavelli's book, The Prince. He said, Moses, that we know in the Bible, he wouldn't have become Moses if there was no opportunity for the Israelites to go to into slavery in Egypt. Okay. And is one of those. Sometimes in politics, you leverage on the opportunities around, no question about that. Having said that, you cannot just leverage on the opportunities empty. You need to then provide solutions. Okay. And what we did was we provided solution, even though we leverage on their abysmal performance, we leverage on the impunity, we leverage on the disrespect that they shown Ghanaians, we leverage on the lack of how they will manage our economy and finances and what have you. We leverage on all of them, no question about that. We actually did bad than what they had done in the past to us. Having said that, we provided the solutions, and those solutions were our you look through our policies, you could see bold and policies in there, like
I thought for a moment you were going to say bold solutions. That's Dr. Bawumia's phrase.
There were bold policies in there. They are like the 24-hour economy, the big push, the Women's Bank, the first year university without payment, and you name it. These are very, 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 very bold policies, and we were able to also sell these policies to the grassroots. I told you I was in Ashanti region, and a young lady actually called me and then said to me, I told you the story, I believe this morning, asked me, John Mama said he wasn't a magician. Has he now gone for the magic powers that he could put money in people's pocket? That is why we're bringing him. And this was somebody who might have been just about 18, 19 years old. And after talking through some of the policies, you know what? She knew what she wanted. She then turned around and said to me, Wumi, I don't want to trade, so I won't go to the Women's Bank. I said to them, the Women's Bank will be on the high street there. But rather, she wants to continue the education. I said, bingo. Continue education, we have something for you. You are a farmer, we have something for you. Unemployed, we have something for you. If you have your own business, we have something for you. There is something for everybody. And the message went down, and the message did the magic.
So you went to the people selling your solutions?
That's correct.
And ready to respond to the criticisms of your candidates?
That's correct.
And you believe that worked for you?
It did. It did work fantastic. For us to be in Ashanti region, Eastern region. Look, I was born in the Eastern region. I grew up in Eastern region. I was educated in Eastern region before further education in Europe. For you to be able to speak to somebody who will listen to you about the NDC and then nod their heads, which means you are doing something good, because we know them. We know them. They are our people. They are my own sisters and brothers and aunties and uncles, and I know how they go about when it comes to party politics. But this time around, they were listening to us, and that was beautiful. And the message went down and has really gone down well. Look, John Dramani Mahama has been redeemed. Prosperity has really judged him really, really well, and they've realized that he's actually the savior as we speak for Ghana. He has the answers, and he's going to deliver, and he's going to deliver massively for this country. We will be shocked what is in store for us. There will be so much, and he's going to be at the same time ruthless. He's only got 4 years, nothing to lose. He's going to be so ruthless. That is why Operation Recover or Loot is going to be one of those things that nobody in the NPP will get away with it. On his last campaign, he even mentioned them. He mentioned them. That person, maybe I'm not allowed to say on the national radio, that person is going to be investigated, and he will be punished.
Well, that's interesting. But one of the other things that he will carry into office is the first female vice president.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
That's a big deal for you.
It's a big deal. She's my mother. I adore her so much. Ma'am, greetings to you this afternoon and congratulations to you. I will pick up a phone and I'll go through what I need, where to go through to be able to personally speak to her. I had the pleasure of chauffeuring her when she was in London throughout her stay. I was with her. I dined with her. That was beautiful. I had conversations with her, and I saw her off right at the airport. It was beautiful, and it was something that has never happened to this country. We were all looking forward to it. Look, she is cut as somebody who breaks the glass ceilings all the time. The first chancellor of university, and then now she's the first female vice president. Who knows what is next? She just breaking the glass ceiling. She's doing it, and bless her, humble, academia, eloquent. There's that soft part of her. At the same time, she has grown into the politics that this time she can jab as well.
That's interesting.
Mom, I know you can jab, and we are loving it. We are loving it because in politics, sometimes you have to jab because the opposition will jab you, and you can't just put your gloves up to defend your face all the time. Sometimes you need to jab, and she's doing it beautifully.
And do you think we talk enough about, because everybody focuses on the fact that she's a female and forgets the fact that she's a high caliber person, highly qualified, and if you look at her background, and if you look at where she's coming from, even her administrative background, having to be the first female vice chancellor running a university, among others, do you think we talk about that enough, that the female part distracts from the fact that pound to pound with any other man, she will stand tall?
Oh, she does. She stands really, really tall. I don't think we speak about it so much within our circles, within the NDC. These conversations happen, and then we kind of stand on our rooftop and shout it. But I'm not sure whether that has really embedded or has really gone down within Ghanaians. Maybe it will take time for them to realize it and conceive that as well. And sometimes, to me, that is how it works. But she look, pound to pound, as I said, she stands really, really tall. That is one of the reasons why the opposition, the opposition MPP. I'm so happy to say this. The opposition NPP were hitting her, trying to dent her credibility and then punch holes in the great work that she's done up to today. But it unfortunately, it didn't fly for them. And fortunately, we knew who we were going for, who she is as a person, and she has a heart of gold as well. It's amazing to be close to her. She has a heart of gold. And we're looking forward seeing her in the office running effectively, which we know she will, and she will deliver. She has amazing people around her, which I know one of them, very, very great man, and they're doing great work. Yeah, Professor Khalid. Definitely they will deliver. Yes.
I know Prof too, but very, very interesting. In fact, no matter what, in fact, you're working, the NDC is walking into office with a lot of history behind it. You are, in fact, since 1992, when the MPP boycotted the polls, nobody has done over 180 seats in Parliament. So that's history that you're making. Your numbers alone, if the 56% materializes, that's also historic.
Yeah.
Then you're carrying the first female vice president into office, historic. Does that impose a lot of burden on you? Is this something to be excited about?
Oh, no, I don't see it as a burden at all. I see it as something to be excited about. I see it as records that we are setting, and sometimes some of these records would never even be broken, or maybe it will be broken when we are all dead and gone, and our great-grandchildren are now about running around and running the country, you know. So I personally see that as some of our strength going into office rather than pressure. I see as strength, because sometimes in decision making it's good to pinch yourself and say to yourself that, look, this is what I come to office with. These are the caliber of people that I've come along with. These are actually the mountains we've climbed, the sea that we've swum, and the hills that the forest that we've actually run through to get here. And we've made a lot of history. For that reason alone, we cannot fail this country. So I see that as a protective shield as well. You don't want to damage that record. So you want to protect that record. So that record should actually help you to set up high and then be able to focus on the objective, your target. And I believe, yes, it will really help us. Look, these are great things. These are great things, and the NDC should be proud of themselves. This afternoon I had a call from London, and the way some of our colleagues who were not able to make it were screaming and jubilating, mentioning all the things that you've been mentioning that we are going to office with. It's excitement. We are breaking records and we are setting records. And to me, the MPP will be watching very closely, and I believe they've got their nose out with their pens and they are making notes. I told them that they should learn when we are communicating, when we are talking about some of these things, they should be making notes, because we did not go about just shouting. We did the work and it's paying off. And we will actually demonstrate to Ghanaians that the social contract that they're going to sign with us for the next 4 years, we will deliver as a party.
Well, I'll come back to you to ask you the lessons that even your party should learn from it, because 2016, there were clear failures that were talked about. In 2020, there were suggestions that those failures repeated themselves. That led to the vote virtually being taken away from you. And I must also state that it was extreme violence that was used in doing that. Then in 2024, you seem to have pulled off a classic. You are getting the citizens behind you, fully behind you, and fighting for those votes on your behalf. The lessons for your own party. But before that, a few comments. Those of you who are joining us via YouTube. This evening we are actually on YouTube. We are not on Facebook. Look for Radio Gold 905 FM. Radio Gold 905 FM. That's the page we are on, and you can watch us live on YouTube. Divine Noble, Gato Rockefeller, Amanuku says Radio Gold, kindly help us tell the NDC to deploy some hierarchy to some collation centers when the APP are trying to contend with. There's a journey of truth. There's how many people have you killed? Who is winning the EC should make everything clear. There's Amos School who says this is delaying for Yanum to start leaving the country to avoid prosecution. They still have a few weeks to go in office. Ibrahim Danla says, why is the EC still not able to declare? Forgive Awulu says, EC, I'm calling you, come out. So for Ibrahim Danladi says, where is the EC? They have already lost. Where are the MPP foot soldiers? Thank you very much. And I see many comments from you. There's this Lisa says, wake up NDC and challenge these problematic coalition centers and claim your victory. Remember, the people voted for you. Fight for it and fight for and it's quite difficult to say that the NDC is not fighting, because you see a lot of fighting spirit with the National Democratic Congress. At some point, there has to be a way of resolving the issue so that we can get to a point where somebody is declared. Let's do the collation and get a declaration through. Ekwama says JDM should tell Nana Nebuno to touch the 350 million IMF money. Charlie, the money finished. $350 million. I'm sure it's finished already. Danny Ben says, as the process is prolonged, manipulation is unleashed. That's one of the things. The more time you give people, the more they see to think about what they can do to get what they do not deserve. So I think I agree with you. Something needs to be done, because at this point in time, we should be done with all coalitions around the country. Constituency level coalition should be done with. In fact, we should be completing regional coalition by this time and ready to declare by morning tomorrow. So we are delaying. This thing was supposed to be done faster than we are doing. There's also Journey of Truth says the NDC must besiege the EC head office in Accra. There's this one, DGL, who says, my friend, we work hard for this, so please help make it easy. Thank you very much. Danny Man says, it is true that the voice of the just is the voice of God. The only thing that stopped the rigging was the unequivocal rejection. And that is what we've seen in this election. An unequivocal rejection. Thank you. I think I can borrow your words. 25 minutes past 8. Now we are the information I've gotten from the NDC National Communications Officer is that press conference that was supposed to have happened about a few hours ago will happen at 30 minutes past 8. So 8:30 is now the new time the NDC has set for that press conference. That will be addressed by the General Secretary of the party. I guess he will also be responding to some of the things that were said by his counterpart in the New Patriotic Party, who is actually pleading with them to get their people out of the polling station. The chairman has already said that he's not going to do anything of sort. We'll hear what the General Secretary of the party will say, but usually they do not disagree with each other. Publicly, it's never happened where a chairman, Asir Nketia, says something and the General Secretary Fifi Kwete will come and say something else. They usually agree on most things. So we're waiting for that press conference. We also understand, all things being equal, the former president is also waiting to, in fact, by this time he's supposed to have responded to the gesture of Vice President Bawumia, who considered today. But I think the best way to handle this is to put all in one. A declaration is made, and then he issues an acceptance speech or a victory speech, and then perhaps maybe also acknowledge the gesture from the Vice President. So we're waiting for that. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission says it's a process. So wait. Don't be in a rush. Wait. Fifi will not be in town when the declaration is made. Hopefully you'll be in town. Hopefully. If it is done by afternoon of tomorrow, you'll be in town. Hopefully. So we'll see what happens.
Surprisingly, I can still pick it up WhatsApp midday.
Yeah.
Yes. Thanks to Wi-Fi these days.
Yes. But I was just asking you about the lessons that should be learned by your party from this moving forward. Should this be the new way of doing things?
I'm happy you just hit it right. The new way of doing things. You remember last year when I came here, I think my first time in the studio, I did mention the new way of thinking and the new way of working. And the NDC seem to have found the formula for the new way of thinking and then the new way of working. And it's absolutely fantastic. We are going to do things. We are going to, first of all, think differently. And then after thinking differently, we are going to also work differently. So there should be the model that we found the winning formula. And we should be working through this winning formula. We should stick with it. We should actually improve it and then use this and then build systems that sustain this new formula, this winning formula. And I'm really looking forward to it. Really looking forward to it, that we are able to do this. We're not going to leave things last minute again. As a party, I believe in the past, or even as a country, sometimes we do things last minute. We have to be very proactive rather than being reactive, and then begin to train, to visualize, to do all our risk assessment, our zoning, you name it. Sometimes we should use some of these things even as a model and get solutions to some of our problems. So definitely we are going to stick to this. The British has a simple saying. They said, you don't fix it when it's not broken. It was broken, so we were finding ways to fix it. Now that it's fixed, why do we change the formula? It's not broken. So, we will stick to it. But what we will do is we need the improved version of that formula.
You don't fix what is not broken.
No, not at all.
Thank you. Thank you, Fifi. Of course, we're waiting for that press conference from the National Democratic Congress. Like I said, their counterparts in the New Patriotic Party just addressed the press not too long ago, and they are talking about parliamentary seat. Dr. Samson Obedapia sends a message. Doc says, why am I having this feeling that MPP may attempt to go to court tomorrow to put an injunction on the declaration by Jane Mensah? I don't think that will happen, because you can't concede and then go to court. If you concede, means that you accept that there's no way you're going to win, no matter which forum you take it to. So your word would certainly mean nothing, not if you become that person who says A, turns around. How can you concede and say that I have an issue?
It
doesn't make sense. No, Doc. As for this one, I know there are issues with the parliamentary seats that need to be dealt with urgently. Fortunately, the NDC is very vigilant on those issues. And they're insisting that what they've won, they will take. What they've won, they will take. And what they believe they've won, you must convince them that they've not won it. It must be on the record, the face of the record, that we've not won it. And we'll give up. We will not drag it any further. So we're still watching the NDC headquarters. As and when they are ready, we'll go and pick that press conference live. And one interesting thing, you came into this country not alone, with many of your colleagues who came into this country from NDC UK Ireland chapter. Mission accomplished?
Mission accomplished. To us, we came purposely on assignment, and the assignment is to make sure it started 4 years ago, and to us the end process is to make sure the NDC, our party, the great Akata Manso, and John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, are pronounced winners. And then we've achieved it. As we speak tonight, we can even pick out our bags and leaves, because mission accomplished. There's nothing more to it. What we will say is we've worked tirelessly to achieve this. No question about that. It's been seriously financial dent in all of us, our pocket. The efforts that we have to put in. Some of us have to buy a ticket, come here, register, fly back, come back to come and vote, be part of polling agents, be part of collation, be part of policing ballots, be part of campaigning. And it's not easy and it's not cheap at all. It was beautiful. If you have seen some of the videos coming from Ashanti region, the UK and Ireland chapter had V8s with all our stickers at the back. UK and Ireland, UK and Ireland, UK and Ireland. And we were just flying through. It was just beautiful. And it's under the leadership of Chairman Konrad Dumba. His leadership is just second to none. Amazing man. Great leadership skills, and we love him to bits. He should carry on the good work, and I believe that whatever he has in his heart, I believe it will be given to him by God. Yes.
Well, we're still trying. Okay, the NEC press conference has started. Fifi, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, the flag bearer will give you a very comprehensive address that will give you the full view of what the party thinks about what has happened. But in the meantime, we just want to give you an update of things as they stand. Let me again start by thanking all of Ghanaians for the wonderful work they've done. We want to thank the security agencies, even though it's not been as uneventful and as violent-free as we are hoped. We have to at least admit that compared to 2020, it was a relative improvement. We look forward to a time when we can have election in our country without having to go through some of what we have seen again happen this year. From 1992, when we started having elections in this country, we've never had a situation where anyone had to die on an election day. Never. Never happened 92, never happened 96, all the way to 2016, we've never seen that. The first time it happened was when President Nana Akufo-Addo needed to win, and that's the first time it happened that so many people were killed on an election day. And it's again a sad reality that his very final one that he's supervising, we've had again an incident of at least 2 people having been killed. It will just show that this is a presidency that simply was a mistake. A presidency that should never have happened. And that is why this history of violence, some way, somehow, have characterized a particular presidency. And so that's what exactly you've seen over the last 8 years. A presidency that actually should never have been. And the country has descended to the level of suffering, the levels of disgrace, the darkness that's engulfed our country. And that is what has resulted in the popular will of the people, as we have seen. So even as I mentioned at the flag bearer will be speaking, we want to salute the people of Ghana for showing to Ghana and to the world that power truly belongs to the people. It is true that power belongs ultimately to the Most High, but the Most High endows the power to the people, and when the people speak, invariably becomes the voice of the Most High, and the voice of the Most High has spoken emphatically, and we want to be able to salute the people of Ghana. We want to also thank the institutions that have made it easy, relatively peaceful for this election to happen. We want to thank our supporters from the branches all the way through to the national level, and everyone who has made it possible for us to reach the level of success that we have recorded in this election. Let me just say that in terms of the parliamentary elections, what has happened in this election has never happened before. This is truly unprecedented in the history of our country. So we are talking about, for the first time in the history of Ghana, we can say emphatically that a political party that has won the presidency has also won at least 2/3 majority in parliament. That has never happened, and that
Ready for school?
Yes!
My champs, they use a lot of energy at school.
And President Mahama will in due course let the country appreciate that we intend to make it a very responsible majority in Parliament. One that will put the well-being of the people of Ghana and the progress of the people of Ghana at the very forefront, and not one that would want to use that majority for anything that is not positive and for the well-being of Ghana. Now, let me give some details relating to the parliamentary elections. We still have a few that are not completely confirmed, but our count shows that we're talking, as of now, of at least 185 seats that are within 185 seats that are with the NDC. We'll see what happens with the remaining ones that are still in the toss-up category, and we'll make sure we cooperate with the Electoral Commission. We'll make sure our agents do their work diligently. We've actually sent clear instructions to our supporters to allow for the processes to happen, for there not to be any violence, no intimidation, because the evidence of the game is pink sheets. And we've told our supporters, let's work hard. Once we secure pink sheets, there's nothing anyone can do. Now, so 185 in the back. Now, before I go into the details of this 185, let me also say that this particular green wave that has swept the country has actually brought about the winning of seats that we've never won in our history. And when I mean never won in our history, I mean in the competitive history. Because 1992 election, as soon as MPP suffered a massive humiliation presidential, because that was the only election in Ghana's history that we had the presidential in November and had the parliamentary in December. Now, so after we resoundingly defeated the MPP in November, they ran away from the parliamentary in December. So let me just tell you that the NDC in '92 was also known as the November-December champions. November-December champions. And MPP, after suffering the November humiliation, ran away from the December humiliation. And so therefore, it was virtually not as competitive. So therefore, there are certain seats that we can only start classifying from 1996. Now, so from the competitive election, parliamentary election that happened from 1996, there are seats that NDC, as a political party, has never won. But in this election, the green wave tsunami has been able to sweep even some of those seats that are considered no-go as far as the NDC is concerned in the competitive sense. In Greater Accra, we've never won Ayawaso Central. Today, we are proud to announce that Ayawaso Central is green for the NDC. We've never won Okaikwe South. Today, we are happy to announce that Okaikwe South is green for the NDC. We have never won Tema West. Today, we are happy to announce that Tema West is green for the NDC. We've never won Domi Kwabinya. And even though it's not finally declared, we can tell you that we know it's green for the NDC. Now, in the central region, we've never won Ewutu Senior East, known more like the Kaswa area. Today, Kaswa is fully green for the NDC. We have never won Asin Central. That's the Honorable Kennedy Agyapong's constituency. Never won. Today, we are happy to tell you that Asin Central, for the first time, is green for the NDC. We've never won. Today, second day has become green. We have never won Kwesi. Today, that constituency also is green for the NDC. We have never won Esikado. Today, Esikado Ketan is green for the NDC. We've never won Takwa Nsawam in the Western region. Today, Takwa Nsawam has become green for the NDC. We have never won Sunyani East. That's J.H. Mensah's original seat. Today, J.H. Mensah will be looking down and know that the green revolution, the green tsunami has truly swept even that seat that belonged to him. We have never won Sunyani West constituency. Sunyani West constituency is in the bag today and is green. We have never won Doma East. We've never won Doma Central. Those two constituencies are in the bag as well and are green. We have never won in the Asutifi North constituency has never been won. Today, we are proud to announce that that great constituency has become green as well. In the Eastern region, we've never won in Nsawam Edwardri. Today, that constituency is green for the NDC. So the green revolution, the green wave has swept and swept. Even the chief whip of the NPP has been swept. The whip has been truly whipped by the green wave. We've never won Ekwapin South. Today, Ekwapin South belongs to the green corner. We've never won Lower West Akim. Today, Lower West Akim is green. In Ashanti region, we've never won Adansi Asokwa, the constituency of K.T. Hammer. Today, Adansi Asokwa is fully green. We have never won Ahafuano Southeast. Today, that is also green for the NDC. And finally, we've never won Obuasi East. Today, Obuasi East is fully green for the NDC. A few moments ago, I heard my counterpart, the General Secretary of the NPP, claim that Obuasi East has been won by the NPP. He's gotten it wrong, but you can appreciate this. This tsunami that has swept is so big that you can understand that my counterpart and his colleagues are very much still in a daze, and they are still not sure about what really is happening. So we can I'm sure by tomorrow morning it will be much more calm and be able to come to the reality of what really has happened. Now, in terms of the breakdown, in regional breakdown, Volta region has all 18 constituencies green. A little anomaly happened 4 years ago, and the region decided that we will not have that anomaly anymore. So 18 out of 18 back in the green corner. In the Upper East region, 15 out of 15 green. In the Upper West region, we have 11. We have 11 in the Upper West region. In the OT region, we have 9 out of 9. In the Savannah, we've got 6 out of 7. We've got 6 out of 7 in Savannah. In the Northern region, we have 11 out of 18. So the Northern region is back fully in the green corner. In Western region, we've got 15 of the seats. 15 of the seats out of 17. That's a very strong performance. In the Northeast, out of the 6 constituencies, we've got 3, and then we allow the Bawumia to have the comfort of 3. You know, I mean, the wave has been so massive that at least there should be a little mercy on him. So the 3 constituencies are a little consolation for Dr. Bawumia. But we said that will not last long. In the next election, we'll make sure we take all 3 from him. In the central region, we won 18 of the seats in central region out of 23. That's a massive performance. In Bono, we got 11 out of the 12. 11 out of the 12. So Bono is fully ready. In Greater Accra, out of 33, 34 in Greater Accra. At the moment, we are 27, but we actually are looking 28 out of 20, out of the 34. Western North, I think Western North we lost just one. Just one. Only Swaman. So effectively, out of the 8, we got 7. We got 7 in the Western North. In Bono East, we actually lost just one as well. Bono East, we lost just one, or at least only one is not yet confirmed to be with us. Only one is not yet confirmed to be with us. So we've actually got the remaining 10 of them in Bono East. In the Ashanti region, in the last election, we had 4 of it. We can confirm that as of today, we've got at least 8 of them in the bag. 8 of them in the bag. So that is the regional breakdown as far as the parliamentary contest is concerned. And as we say rightly, we're talking about a very significant majority, and a majority that we aim to use responsibly and use for the progress of the people of Ghana. Now, we also want to quickly comment on the fact that the process as far as the presidential results is concerned. I'm again Jim Mensah and the team to want to make sure we do not unduly delay. We know for a fact that nothing can be done about it. It's totally already in the bag. And as the presidential candidate of the NPP himself did, conceding very early. I heard, again, our friends on the other side make a little, should I call it, consolatory note about the fact that the first time in the history of Ghana that a presidential candidate conceded so very early. We want to commend them for that. We want to simply say that, I mean, when you have been swept with this tsunami, what else can you do, really? I mean, this green wave is so mighty, there's really very little you can do. The more you delay, the more you only make yourself look like a not very, very serious candidate. So we appreciate the fact that they came out early to make the concession, but truly there's very little choice. That's really what's available. I mean, it is so comprehensive, it's so massive, there's really no other thing that really could be done. And so we want to urge the Electoral Commission that as much as we appreciate the need for there to be very thorough process, a meticulous process to ensure that the results move through the constituency coalition centers, to the regional coalition centers, to the national coalition center. The country clearly knows the deal already, and therefore we expect that as very early as possible, I mean, the final declaration will be made, and so that for the country to clearly know the final position. Then our flag bearer will be in a position to address the country as the president-elect of the Republic of Ghana, in order to be able to let all of you appreciate the gratitude that he feels, the gratitude of the NDC, the gratitude of all the people who have voted for us for the job that has been done during this election. Now, so these are critical issues that have come in the course of in the events that since yesterday. We want to commend our officers led by our National Communication Officer, who has stood in our stead and updated you regularly as and when issues were happening. We want to thank the party chairman who addressed you earlier today regarding the calls that have been made by the Peace Council. We want to say that some of the things that have happened.
Well, so that's General Secretary of the NDC, Fifi Viavi Kwete, there, giving details of they are monitoring, and some of the seats that
all day long. Ghana's Gold. Radio Gold.
Do you know what listeners like about our station? It's everything.
I like everything. I love Radio Gold 90.5.
Paris me be don't kawa. Jesus mami, your sister ya di do kawa. Jesus mami. Baby God, then it's also my carry. Baby God, then it's also my carry. Hey, boy, I make you see how the busy go uru. Machi me see me shabby do. Jump love, I wanna watch me. Jump love, I wanna watch me. Hey boy, I dear China Sam na mwa maybe moi Amish. Still I love you. Would you my papa and copy me so too? Still I love you. Mommy by me my dear chin for me see. Still I love you. Copy me see a bayin kawa walk pumudi me see. Still I love you. Don't me see my son, boy. And see you be the other, so in the other. Another pimping my mom for a crowd, what room we are trying from. What's up with us, same would you? She adore be a tremmy. She adore be a tremmy. Hey, boy. She adore be a tremmy. My joy. She adore be a tremmy. Hey. Boy, Samisha, Usubani Uni Ebia, this Sami Kobisa Mami. Jasua, Usubani Uni Ebia, this Sami Kobisa Mami. She adore the Boy, she